Tired of spending hours researching destinations, hotel and activities? Our AI trip planner does it all for you in a second. Just type in where you want to go, your travel, duration, budget, if you have any preferences, and watch our AI powered assistant instantly build a personalized trip itinerary for you. It completes with the hotel, restaurant, attraction, any hidden gems tailored just for you. So today we are going to build an AI trip planner full stack SaaS application which give you a day-by-day travel plan, interactive maps with the pins and smart recommendation. This is a full stack application which we are going to build it completely from the scratch. With the help of React, Next.js, Typescript and many other popular tech stack, we are going to use to build this full stack SaaS application. If you are a beginner and don't know how to code, this AI trip planner web project is perfect for you in order to get started. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen for our AI trip planner web application where we have the hero section in order to directly start creating a trip. We have video tutorial section along with this beautiful scrolling carousel. That also we are going to learn how can we build this landing screen. Next, we added the email and password authentication. Simply logging to your account and then you will find an option to create a new trip. Simply click on that and then you will jump onto this page where you can directly start chatting with an AI trip planner agent. On the right hand side, you will see this beautiful interactive map. Obviously, you can switch between your trip information and then this map as well. Now, once you start chatting with an AI agent, depends on your personalized preference, it will generate the personal trip for you. So let's get started. So over here, I want to start creating a new trip. We'll add a source and destination. So we'll say New York to London. Then we also added a generative UI, and here if you see we got a generative UI option to select. So just select the option for you, and obviously depends on your answer it will ask the next question. How cool it is. You're gonna learn how easily we can add this generative UI into your text conversation. Now you can even select the dates, and once you confirm it, it will generate an complete itinerary trip for you. Now we'll wait to finish this. After finishing this trip generation, here on the right hand side you will see all the details. The trip itinerary from your source to destination, then all your selection which you made it, and here you will find the hotel recommendation. If you see how easily you can scroll it, and then you will find a day by day trip plan for you. Here you will find a best time to travel, the beautiful attraction along with the ticket pricing, and when the best time to travel at that particular location. You can even see this on Google Map by just clicking view on map, and here we have how cool it is, right? Next you will see the day, second day, the third day. It depends on how many days you are planning to travel. Now most interesting part on this one, you can switch this to the globe and boom, if you see we have this beautiful map animation where you can directly jump on to that particular location, and here you will find all the location which is from your itinerary. You can see where it actually placed on the map. This is how easy it is, and that's everything we are going to build in this particular project, guys. Okay, next you can even go to the my trip section where you will find all your trip plan. Click on that and then you will jump on your itinerary with the same details on a different screen. Next, with the help of Arcjet, we added an extra security for our application. We also put a rate limiting for the free user. So user cannot create more than one itinerary per day, and that is possible with the help of Arcjet. Then we also added the subscription billing model to our application, where you easily subscribe and start paying monthly basis, which is possible with the help of Clerk billing. Within just single line of code, you can easily add the pricing subscription model into your application. Obviously, you don't need to integrate a big chunk of code in order to integrate payment gateway. With the help of Clerk billing, it is possible within a second. Everything is getting saved to our Convex database, which is a real-time database, and here if you see all the details. If you never use the Convex, don't worry, because in this particular project I'm going to tell you how easily we can set up this Convex and easily connect to your application. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build it completely from scratch. Now, if you see all these places and their photo as well, that also we are going to learn how can we fetch it and display it on the screen. Now, all the resources, services which we are going to use in this project to build this application is free. So you don't need to pay a single penny to build this application. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and you did not join our TubeGurji Pro membership, just go ahead on a tubegurji.com, where you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of my project. Not only that, but you will get a special technical support on a Discord channel. Just go ahead on TubeGurji Pro and join the membership, just under $15. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's start developing this AI trip planner full stack SaaS application with the help of React, Next.js, Typescript, and many other tech stack. Now, in order to create this React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application. It provides many inbuilt features like built-in optimization, React server components, or even client-server rendering as well. Not only that, but most important, the routing. Next.js contains a folder-based routing, so you don't need to manually configure the routing inside your React application. And that's the reason we are going to use a Next.js. Now, in order to create this React Next.js application, this is the command in order to use it, which is npx create next app at latest. So we'll copy this command, go to the folder where you want to create this project, and then open a terminal at that folder. If you are using Windows, then make sure to open a command prompt at that folder and simply paste this command. Now, at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application. But if you want to use a specific version, just provide that specific version number. Now 15.4.4 is the latest version of the Next.js. We'll click install and then it will start installing. It will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then give the project name. So here we'll say AI trip planner. Then it asks, do you want to use TypeScript? Now in this particular project, we are going to use a TypeScript. And if you are new to the TypeScript, don't worry, because I'm going to teach you everything step by step. TypeScript and the JavaScript is quite similar except 10% of changes, and that's I'm going to tell you how to do it. Then say no to the ESLint, say yes to the Tailwind CSS, no to the source directory, and yes to the app router. And then we'll say no for the remaining questions. If you see, it start installing some dependency like React, React DOM, and some dev dependency for a TypeScript and Tailwind CSS as well. And once done, you are ready to go. Now we'll close this window, simply open a VS Code, and inside the VS Code you have to open that particular project inside this VS Code. So and here we have. If you see on the left hand side, we have some files and folder. Let's walk through each of these folder. Now the very first, which is the app folder, which contain all our pages, routing, APIs. Now very first file, which is a global CSS, which contain a globally applied style or a CSS to your application. Now whenever you want to apply some style throughout the application, you can mention inside this global CSS. The layout.tsx file, which is the root layout of your application, which contain a font, the metadata, which is helpful for SEO purpose, and HTML body tag as well. Through this body, if you see, the children are rendering. It means all our pages are going to render through these children. Now this layout.tsx file is on the server side and we want to keep it on the server side all the time. Then we have the page.tsx, which is the default page of our application, and if you see, we have some default code as well. Now each page we need to mention with page.tsx. Now once we run the application, you will get to know much better. Then we have this node module folder which contain all our packages. Obviously we are not going to touch this folder anytime. Then we have a public folder which contain all the images, logos, whatever the assets you want to use from your local project, you can keep it inside this public folder. Then we have next.config.ts file which contain the Next.js related configuration. Then we have package.json which contain the name, version of your application along with the script to run, to start or to test your application, the dependency along with their version, and some dev dependency along with their version as well. And then we have post.css and tsconfig.js file as well. Now in order to run this application, simply go to the terminal, click new terminal. Inside this, simply type a command npm run dev and click enter. Once you run this command, you will see your application is running on a port 3000 on localhost. Simply open this inside the browser and then you will see the default landing page. Obviously this is the default page once you created the Next.js application getting rendered inside the browser. Now let's consider we'll go to the app inside the page.tsx and we want to remove everything and we'll simply add empty div. Now if I save this one and go back, you will see empty screen. Now over here we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Once you save this file, you will see this simple text. As soon as you save the file, it automatically render to your application and it getting display on the browser as well. So you don't need to refresh manually. Okay, so that's how guys you need to run your application and create your application. Now the next step is we want to install the ShadCN. So simply go to the ShadCN. Now ShadCN is an UI based component library which is based on a Tailwind CSS obviously, and we are going to use this library in order to develop our UI pages, which help us to build our application and design our application much faster and professional way. So in order to install this, simply go to the ui.shadcn.com, click get started and make sure to select the correct framework to install. Then you have this command, just copy this npm command in order to initialize this ShadCN. Open a terminal, make sure to add a new terminal and enter or paste this particular command. Then say do you want to proceed, say yes to that, and then you can select any base color whichever you want. Okay, and once you select the base color, you will see this CSS variable is updated inside the global CSS file. Okay, with the Tailwind CSS version 4, we don't have dedicated tailwind.config.js file. Everything moved to this global CSS file. Now once you save it, your ShadCN is now ready to go. Now let's install this button component from the ShadCN. So again we'll paste this command and then this button component will install to the ShadCN. Now whenever you want to use any components from the ShadCN, like let's say you want to use popover, right, like this, then you have to make sure that component need to be installed every time. Okay, now once you install, you will see this new file get added called component.json, which contain the configuration related to your ShadCN. Then you have component folder which contain the whichever component you install from the ShadCN, that component will be added to this component folder. Obviously you can customize this according to your need. And then we have lib folder. We are not going to touch to this particular folder at all. Now once you add this button component, you can easily use it. So I will say button, and if you see it's importing from this component folder, and then you can write any text. Let's save this one. We'll go back to our application and this is how it looks like. But that's weird, right? If I go to the shared scene button component, it's supposed to look like this, right? So sometimes it happens. So what you need to do with the inside the global CSS, remove this TW animate CSS file, save it, go back to your application, and boom, now it come to your original style. Now obviously you can paste this again. Okay, so I will paste this and save it, and obviously you will not find any issue now. So that make sure you have to fix this issue if you face this issue while adding this button on your screen. Now once you add this button, you will see this button, and inside this button component, if I go to this component UI button.tsx file, you can see different variant like default, destructive, outline. Now if you want to use this variant, just type variant and you can select the whichever variant you want. Once you select that, you will see that change. How cool, right? So that's how easy it is. So you don't need to write the Tailwind CSS classes for these basic components. Now the next thing before move to the next chapter, that we are going to update the font for our application. Currently this is the default font that we are using. But if you want to use any other font, simply go to the layout.tsx, and currently they are using this default font. So I will remove this font completely because we don't want that, and we want to use our own custom font. Now in order to use the custom font, you simply go to the Google font, and once you are on the Google font, you can select any font which you want to use. For example, in my case, I like to use this outfit font. Okay, and if I want to use this font, simply make sure to remember this name. Then if you see this next.font.google, here I will remove this font and just type outfit. You will find this suggestion called outfit, then initialize this font. So we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit. Then inside this we need to write subsets, and then we'll say Latin, and then this outfit font you need to provide to this body. So we'll say outfit dot class name, and then save it, and boom, if you see now font style or font family is now changed. Okay, so that's how you need to update the font. You can use any font, guys. Okay, just you need to make sure to import that font and then initialize that font as well. Now it's time to add a landing screen for our application. If you see this mockup, we have this header section, then we have this hero section, and then after that we have this video section in which we are going to demonstrate how it works, how our application works. That video integration we want to add, and then some popular destination. Each of these components we're gonna add with the help of some UI components, so it will be very easy. You don't need to write a lot of code. Okay, and that's what we are going to learn in this particular chapter as well. Also in the header, along with this logo and this button, we are going to add some more option in the middle. So let's go back to our application, and remember one thing, that this complete page we are going to divide into a small components like header, hero section, and this popular destination section. So inside our application, let's close all of this tab, and inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder called components or underscore components. When you start your folder name with the underscore, then this component or this particular folder will not consider as a route. Okay, then inside this we'll add header.tsx file. Let's add a default template. Now if you see, once I just type RFCE and click enter, it automatically add the default template for me. And this is possible because I added the VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet Tool. So this one. Okay, so make sure to install this VS Code extension. Also it will be best if you also add this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension as well, so which help us to write the Tailwind CSS classes much faster. Once we add this header.tsx, we have to make sure that this particular header will be throughout the application, right? So we want to keep it inside the root layout. Obviously we want to keep this layout.tsx file on the server side, so we'll create a new file called provider.tsx, and we'll keep this file on the client side. Now once you add the provider, we have to make sure you will render these children through this provider. So I will copy this and simply will paste it here, and then I will render these children. Now inside the layout, I will wrap these children inside the provider so that it will render through this provider. Okay. Now obviously if you go back to our application, you will see no changes, right? But now inside the provider.tsx, now we can add the header. That's because all our pages are going to render through these children, and header will be constant throughout the application. Okay. Now if I save this one, you will see this header text. That is nothing but this header component is rendering. Now inside the header, first we want to show a logo, right? Then we want to show the menu options, and then get started button. So these three sections we want to show. So first, in order to show the logo, I will just use some logo placeholder. So just search logo placeholder, something like this, and you can copy the SVG file from it. So you can search whichever you want. Okay. So in this case, I will use this particular logo, or maybe let's search a little bit. We'll use this one. Okay. So just copy this SVG. Once you copy, we'll go to the public, we'll create a logo.svg file and simply paste this and then save it. Once you save, you can use that directly inside the image. So we'll add this image from the next/image. It helps us to optimize our image. Then provide the file name. Now you don't need to provide a complete path. We'll give the alt name, we'll give the width and height, and then save it. Now once you save, you will see this logo is rendering on the screen. How beautiful. Along with that one, we also want to give the application name. So we'll wrap this image inside the div. So we'll add h2 tag, and here we'll say AI trip planner. For this one, we'll add a class name. We'll say font bold and text to Excel, something like this. See, and then let's bring everything in one line. So we'll say flex gap to, let's say, 2, and then item to be in the center. Perfect. I will just remove this content. Okay, so you will not get confused. Perfect. Now this is our logo. After that, we want to add a menu options. So I will define this menu option over here. We'll say constant menu options, and then we'll say name as home, and obviously we want to give the path for that one. Then name with, we'll say pricing, the path will say pricing, and then the last I will say contact us, and the path for that one will say contact us as a path. Now this option, once you define, you can just iterate those options. So over here I will add a div, then we'll say menu option dot map, we'll say menu comma index, and the arrow function. Inside the h2 tag we'll say menu dot name, and then save it. Obviously make sure to wrap this in a link tag. Now once you wrap this in a link tag, is similar to anchor tag, you need to provide an hrefs, okay, on the click where it should go. So provide the hrefs, and inside this we'll say menu dot path. Now let's save this one. We'll go back, and if you see, these are the three options now displaying on the screen. Now let's bring everything in one line. So we'll say class name flex gap to 5 and item to be in the center. I will give gap more gap, and for this h2 tag we'll give font, not font, but we'll say text larger. Once you hover on this one, we want to also scale this to 105, and for smooth animation we'll say transition all. So if you hover on this one, you will see that change. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. But before that, I'm also going to add a button. Oops, sorry. And here we'll say get started. Perfect. Now I want to bring everything in one line. So for this parent div, we'll say flex, then we'll say justify between and make sure to provide item to be in the center. Say. Then for this div, we'll give a padding to 4, something like this. And now everything will be in the center. Also, you hover on this one, the color get changed. Now currently the primary color is kind of black color and we want to change it to this our logos color, right? Now in order to change your ShadCN component primary color, simply go to the global CSS file. Inside this, if you scroll down under the root, you will see this primary color and this is provided with this OKLSCH color format. Obviously, I also don't know what is this color format is, but you can provide your hex color as well, but this particular ShadCN variable does not support the hex anymore. So in order to convert your hex code to that particular format, simply go to this site called oklsch.com. Here paste your hex code and then you can copy this particular color format and simply paste it here and then save it. Once you save, we'll go back and boom, you will see that change. How cool. Now our primary color changed to that particular logos color. How easy it is, right? So make sure to do that. Also for this menu option, whenever you hover on this one, I also want to change text color to primary. See, something like this. How beautiful. So make sure to add this all the small detail which give your application more attractiveness. Next part is to add this hero section where we have this content, then this input box and then the suggestion options. Okay, obviously we also have this hero section. So let's go back. I will close this header and then I will add a new component under this component folder and we can call it as a hero.tsx. Let's add a default template. Once you add this hero component, obviously we want to show it on the home screen. So inside this page.tsx, I will import this hero component, save it, and then we'll go back over here. You will see this hero component is loading. Perfect. Now let's go to this hero component. First thing, inside the class name, I will give margin top to let's say 24. Also, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and then justify between if needed. But right now, I will just make item to be in the center. Then we want to show a content first, then input box, then suggestion list, and then video section. Okay, everything will be in the hero section. Now for the content, we'll simply add a div. Inside this div, we'll add an h1 tag or h2 tag, what doesn't matter. And inside this, we'll say, hey, I am your personal trip planner. Now for this trip planner text, I'm going to wrap this inside the span tag, something like this. And then for this span, I will add a text to be primary. Okay. Now for this h1 tag, we'll say text XL. On medium screen, we'll say text is of 5XL, font bold, and then save it. If I go back, this is how it looks like. Obviously, we want to bring this in the center of the screen. So we'll class name flex and we'll say item to be in the center, justify, or let's basically instead of this one, what we can do, we can provide a maximum width to 3XL. Okay, and then we'll also make sure to width is full and text to be in the center. Let's save this one, and I don't know why it's not coming in the center of the screen. and here as well we'll make justify center. Perfect. Now once you've done this one, done with this, I will also make sure to wrap this everything inside the div, okay, not only this content. And then we'll add a p tag. Inside that we'll say tell me what you want, and I will handle the rest. Okay, so like flights, hotels, trip planning, all in seconds. So some text like this. Obviously once you add this, I'm also going to add space y to 6, so some space, and for this p tag I will add a class name text larger, something like this. See, then we want to add an input box. Okay, now make sure our input box will look like this. Inside that we have this text area from the chat scene and web button at the corner. So in order to add that text area, I will go to the chat scene, go to the text area component, make sure to copy this, and then we want to import that. So I'll paste it here. So this text area component will get add. Then we'll define a div. Inside the div we'll add one more div. Inside this we'll say text area component. Okay, and then inside the placeholder we'll add a create a trip for Paris from New York. So this is just a placeholder. Okay, so this is how it look like. See, now obviously we also want to add a button. So for this text area I don't want that particular border, right? So here first we'll say width to be full, then I will also provide an height to 28. I want a transparent background, and then we'll say border none. Okay, so if you see, but when you click on this one, we also don't want that particular border line. So here we'll say focus visible, then the ring, I don't want that ring, so we'll say ring to 0. See, perfect. Also we'll add a shadow, none. Okay, so you'll not see any shadow, and we don't want these particular resizable things, so we'll say resize none. See, now it's gone. Perfect. Now for this particular div you can add a border, then we'll make a rounded to, let's say, 2XL, and then we want to add padding to 4. See, and now we have this beautiful border as well. You can add the shadow to this particular text input box, or you can remove it, either way. Next thing, we want to add a button, so we'll say button. Inside this button you can provide a size icon, and in that we can add a send icon button from the Lucid React. Now once you install the chat scene, this button also get the icon library also get installed. So this is the icon library currently we are using. Okay, you don't need to install manually because it's auto install once you install the chat scene components. So once we have this icon, you can even provide height and width for that particular icon, and then save it. We want this icon on the right side, right? So simply for this button we'll add a class name, we'll make absolute, then we'll add a bottom to, let's say, 6, and right, because we want a right side, so we'll say right to 6. Let's save this one, and it's going at the bottom. That's because we need to provide or mark this particular div as a relative. So we'll make this relative, and now it is inside this particular text input box only. How beautiful, right? So that's how you need to add this input box. How easy we add it, right? Next is the suggestion list. Now we need to provide the suggestion list first. So at the top we want to add a suggestion list, so we'll add a constant suggestions, and inside this we'll add a title. Let's add a first title. Let's say create new trip. For that one, we also going to add an icon, so we'll say globe to icon. To this one we'll add a class name, and let's make text blue 400, and along with that one just provide a height and width over here. Okay, same thing you have to do and add a few more options. Now once you added this all the suggestion, you just need to iterate those. So inside the div we'll say suggestion dot map, inside this we'll say suggestion comma index, and then arrow function. Then inside this we'll add a div and simply add this suggestion dot icon first. Then inside the h2 tag we want to show suggestion dot title, and then save it. For this div, let's add a key as an index, and then you will see these suggestions. Beautiful. Now for this div, let's add a class name because we want to add some style. So we'll make flex item to be in the center, gap to 2. Then we want to add a border. We'll make a rounded full, and then save it. Make sure to give some padding. So we'll give padding to 2. Perfect. And then we want to bring everything one line. So for this div, we'll add a flex gap to 5. Perfect. Also for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name text to access, and then we have this. Let's make it small. I think that's much better. See, and now our suggestion is ready. Now whenever you hover on this one, we want to change the cursor. So we'll say cursor pointer. Then this is how it look like. When you hover on this one, we want to change background color. So on hover we'll say background to primary, and on hover you have to make sure text should be white. See, something like this, right? I don't know whether we want to change this icon to white. I think let's do that too. So over here we'll say on hover we'll change this to white, and let's see how it looks. I don't think so that's affecting anything. We'll keep as it is. Okay, and when you hover, I think that's look much better. See, now next thing, as you know that we want to add this hero section, right? Now in order to add this video section, the video section I wanted to say, you can use the one UI component called not this one, it's Magic UI. Okay, now Magic UI is based on SharedCN, so you don't need to install anything. But inside the component you will find a bunch of different components. Okay, you can explore more, but inside this component section you will find this hero video dialog. Just click on this one, and this is what we want. Once you click on it, it will open the dialog in order to play that video. How cool! And that is inside your application only. Now in order to use it, make sure to select the CLI, copy this npm command, and if you see this command is from the SharedCN only, right? And then once you install this, you can use any code. So this is how it comes. I will go to the code, and or you can even see the usage how it actually works. I will copy this usage. I will go to this video section, simply paste this section, make sure to import that, and then you have to replace this thumbnail source. Okay, need to use thumbnail source, so you can copy this thumbnail source I'm providing inside this documentation. Just paste it, save it, and if I go back, boom, you will see this beautiful video section. Once you click it, it will open the dummy one. Right now we don't have that YouTube URL ready, but once we finish this application, you can provide that. Now next thing, make sure just before this I'm gonna add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll say not sure where to start, and inside the span tag, or we'll say strong tag, basically we'll say see how it works, and then I'm going to add down arrow, or we'll say arrow down. Now for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. We'll say margin y to 7, margin top to 40, and we'll make flex gap to 2, save it. I want in the center of the screen, so we'll say text to be in the center. I think that's fine. I don't know why it's not coming in the center, but maybe because so here we can make flex column, and now it's come to the center, but this text input getting broken, so just remove that. Then and you can keep like this only. If you want really in the center, what you can do, you can wrap this inside the div, and then you can provide a class name, flex, item to be in the center, justify center, and make flex column. That is very important. Okay, and now beautifully it's look showing this video section as well. So that's how, guys, our hero section is now ready. Okay, so until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. The next thing we want to add is this carousel, okay, which is a popular destination that we want to add, and it's very easy. So for that one, go to this ui.assertinity.com, similar like this magic UI. This particular UI component library also use the Shatsian only. Go to the components. Over here you will find a bunch of different components, and for our case we want to use this Apple Cards carousel. Okay, now if you see, this is how it looks. Obviously you can change this content which however you want, and then simply in order to use it, go to the CLI, copy this npm command, go back to your application, and simply we'll paste it here. So we'll clear this, paste it so that you can use. Now make sure I will close all of this tab, and here I will create a new component for that one, and we can call it as a popular city list.tsx. Let's add a default template, or let's simply copy this example code. So this is the code we want. So we'll go to the code, copy everything, paste it here. Now I will replace this component name to, we'll say popular city list, and then save it. Once you save, make sure you need to add inside the page.tsx file. So we'll say popular city list component. Once you save, we'll go back to our application, and boom, if you see how beautiful it's looking. Now we have these beautiful components as well. Now in order to replace with our own destination all, I already added this list. Okay, simply copy this data information, and we'll go back inside the popular list. Here we have dummy content, but inside this data you can replace with your own data. So I will paste it here. Okay, and then over here you can obviously edit it. So we have category, title, source, and content. Now if I go back, refresh the screen, oh, I think I forgot to save it, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful destination, right? And that's how you can add this carousel into your application. I'm gonna make some small update. I don't want this particular text this much bigger, so I will make it 3XL, and then we give the padding, I think so, padding Y. So here I will make just to 5, and not 5, we'll keep as it is. We'll say padding top to 20, or we'll say padding Y. Actually this particular distance is too much, so maybe because of this carousel, but for now we'll keep as it is. Okay, and then save it. You can just rename this to, we'll say popular destination to visit. Okay, and then we have all of this destination. Perfect. Now if you have any question, any doubt on this particular landing screen, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to understand the workflow of our application so that we can implement each of the features step by step. Once user come to our application and want to create a new trip, we'll check if user is already sign in or sign up to our application or not. If user is new user and not sign in or sign up, then we are navigating user to the login and sign up screen. And once user is sign up or login, depends on that one, we are going to save user information to our database. And for that one, we are going to use a Convex database. Convex is a real-time database and it's very easy to integrate and easy to use as well. After that, if user is successfully authenticated to our application, we are going to check if user is a free user and has any subscription. It means user is paid or free user. If user is a free user, means user did not subscribe to our any pricing model, then we are going to check user's daily usage limit. We are going to give user 2 to 3 credits where he can generate 2 to 3 trips in a day. And that particular logic going to handle with the help of this Arcjet. Arcjet is a model where it helps us to restrict user in order to limit our AI trip generation. There are a lot of different features that we are going to show and we are going to implement with the help of Arcjet. If user is a free credit and user has a free credit left, then obviously we are going to navigate user to this create new trip planner application where user can create a new trip with the help of AI. Or obviously if the user is a paid user, means user is a subscribe to our any pricing model, then user have option to navigate to this trip planner. So this is the basic workflow or initial workflow for our application. Once user on this particular screen where user have option to create a new trip, then there are a lot of different features that we are going to implement later on. But for now, in order to implement all of these features, we have to go step by step. So very first thing that we need to add is the login sign up screen. So for that one, I am going to use a Clerk. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market. Not only that, but we are also going to use Clerk for our billing. Clerk provide the subscription billing model. You don't need to integrate any payment gateway. Clerk will take care of everything. Just you need to add one single line of code, which is the pricing table component, and then boom, it will give you all the pricing table which you want. And with the help of Stripe, it also integrates the payment gateway directly to your application. How easy it is. And that's the reason we are going to use Clerk for our application. Clerk is so powerful that it also protects your application from unauthorized user. It has a different pre-built UI components, so you don't need to build everything from the scratch. And the most important thing, it provides a lot of different features like multi-factor authentication, session management, email, SMS, one-time passcode, a magic link, or social sign up as well. Everything is packed under one provider. So that's why make sure to go to the clerk.com, create a new account if you don't have, and then navigate to the dashboard. Once you are on the dashboard, here you have option to create a new application, give the application name. Then you have option to enable different sign-in like email, magic link, authentication or Google, Facebook, and there are many more. Simply click create application. On the right hand side, you will see the UI component, how it actually look once you integrate that, and then I will create this application. Once the application is created, you have option to select any framework which you want. Obviously, in this case, we are building a React Next.js application. So I will select the Next.js, copy this Clerk Next.js npm command in order to install into your project. So inside the terminal, just paste this, so it will install the Clerk inside the Next.js. Then you need to copy these environment keys, so we'll copy those, and then we'll create a new .env file. Inside this, we'll paste this both the keys. Then we'll copy this middleware.ts. Now middleware is very powerful feature inside the Next.js application, and Clerk is using that one in order to protect your pages from unauthorized user. So obviously copy this middleware.ts file. Obviously we'll create a file first inside the root directory, and then we'll copy all the content as it is, and then save it. Then we have to make sure that our application is need to be wrapped inside this Clerk provider. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to the the layout.ts file. So we'll close all of this tab, and inside the layout.tsx we'll wrap our application inside the Clerk provider, something like this, and make sure it is Clerk provider is importing from the clerk/Next.js, and then you can run your application. Now if I go back and run our application, you will not see any changes. Right now we did not implement our own custom sign in and sign up page. So click the link in the description, so you'll jump onto this Clerk authentication. Here you can continue to the Next.js guide. On this one you have to add custom sign in and sign up page. So this is the route at which you need to create this sign in page. So I will copy this complete route as it is. Then we'll go back to our app folder. Inside that we'll create a new folder, start with this circular braces called auth, and inside that we'll click on this plus sign file icon, enter it, and it automatically create you the folders and file. So you don't need to create the folder or file one by one. Then copy this content and simply paste it here. Same thing you have to do for the sign up screen as well. But before that, make sure that you will make the sign in as a public route. So I will copy this middleware now, this code, and I will replace the current middleware file content with this new one. Okay, so it basically make the route as a public, and it avoid that if the route is public you don't need an authentication, right? Similar way you have to implement. Make sure to save that. Next you need to copy this all these lines inside the .env file, and again you need to add a custom sign up page as well. So same thing, we'll copy this. You can click the link in the description about the Clerk, so you will get the documentation link. Inside this auth folder we'll add this file, and then we'll copy this content and we'll paste it here. Then make sure inside the middleware you will add this as a public route. Okay, and you need to add these environment variables as well, and that's all. Now if I go back to our application, let's say localhost 3000, and then if you see it's redirecting me to the sign in screen. Now remember that our landing screen need to be a public, right? So you don't need an authentication for our landing screen to visit, right? So for that one, what we'll do, we'll go to the middleware and we'll tell that, okay, along with the sign in and sign up script, this home screen is also an public route. Now if I go to the localhost 3000, see, I'm able to access it, right? But if I go to this any other route, it asks me to sign in, correct? Now I will just redesign this particular page, sign in and sign up page, and it's very easy. So simply we'll go to the sign in page.tsx file. Inside the div we'll add this, and we'll then say sign in. For this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify between, and height to screen, and we'll say width to full. Oh sorry, this need to be justify center, something like this. See, okay, same thing I'm going to add for a sign up screen as well. And if our user want to sign up, he will navigate to the sign up screen as well. Okay, so I will refresh this, we'll go to the sign up. So make sure, sorry, so this need to be wrapped in a circular braces, and now I can able to see sign up screen as well. Beautiful, right? So make sure to implement in such a way that user can see this sign in and sign up screen. Now make sure on the click of get started you have two options. Either you can navigate to sign in or sign up screen, or you can show a pop-up inside your home screen directly. Let me show you how. So we'll close all of this tab for now and then go to the header. Inside that we have this get started button, and here we're going to wrap this button inside this sign in button component from the Clerk Next.js. See, something like this, and then save it. Now if I click on this get started, it navigate to the sign in page, right? But as I say, we can show a pop-up. So here you have option called mode, and inside that you can say a model. Once you say model, click get started, and boom, it open a pop-up for sign in and sign up screen. See how cool, right? So this is the second way that you can implement it. Next, once you enter the information and click the send button, you have to make sure that user is signed in or not, and depends on that one, you should navigate to the new screen. So for that, what you can do, inside your hero.tsx file, I am going to add constant. Here we'll say user, and then we'll use this use user hook from the Clerk. Now once you import this hook, make sure you have to mark this component on the client side. Now once you have the user, it means you have all the user information which is login, and then on the click of send button, we'll check if user is signed in or not, right? So basically I will add on click method and we'll say on send. So I will call this on send button, sorry. So we'll create this method constant on send, and this method will check if not user, then we'll return nothing, and then we want to navigate to this sign in screen. So basically in order to navigate, you need to add the router. Okay, so make sure to add this router, and then we'll say router dot push, and we want to navigate to the new screen, which is the obviously we'll say sign in. Okay, otherwise we'll navigate to create trip planner web screen or web page. Okay, so let's save this one. Now if I click button, say it navigate to sign in because user is not signed in to our application. Now let's sign in. So you have two options. You can even sign in with the email and password, or you can sign in with a Google. I will select the account, and then you will see that I am able to sign in to my account now. Boom, right? Now if I type anything and click on this button, see I should able to navigate it. Right now obviously it's not showing me sign in, and we don't have any logic to navigate to the trip planner web page. But for now, I hope you understand how easily we added this Gmail password or Gmail and email password authentication into our application. Obviously there are a lot of features the Clerk will provide for you, and you can explore it by clicking the link in the description so that you can check all the documentation and all the features as well. Later on we are also going to add a Clerk billing model so that you learn how easily we can add a payment gateway and subscription model based feature into our app. Now next we will learn how we can save this new user login or sign up to our database. Now it's time to save the user into our database, and for that one we are going to use a Convex. Convex is an open source reactive database for the developers. It provides a lot of different features like real-time update, type safety, framework integration, along with the cron job to schedule some background jobs, or even you can have option to store some files like Convex provide you the file storage as well. Convex is available to a different frameworks, so it's very easy. Even though if you switch from one framework to other, Convex can help you to do that as well. So click the link in the description. So we'll jump onto the Convex and their documentation. Simply log in. Once you log into the Convex, you will jump onto this dashboard projects. Here you have option to create a new project, give the project name. So here we'll say AI trip planner and simply click create. If you see, I already have a lot of projects created with the Convex. Convex also provide you the development and production mode as well. So it will be easy to switch between the development and the production mode. Then on the left hand side, you will see some of the features like function, file, schedule, logs, and many other options. Now once you created the database, simply jump onto the Convex documentation. I will put the link in the description. Select the correct framework, and here you need to initialize the Convex. Very first thing that you need to install the Convex. So we'll copy this command, go back to your project. Inside here I will paste this, so it will install the Convex for us. And once the Convex is installed, you can run the Convex development. So over here you can use this npx convex dev. Now we already created the project, so make sure you will select this choose existing project, and then you can simply select the project which you just created. So in this case we created this AI trip planner, so we'll select that one, and boom, now your Convex function is ready and running locally. Once you run this particular npm command, you will see inside this .env.local file get created, and inside this you have this Convex deployment key and then the Convex public Convex URL as well. Okay, along with this you will see the new folder get added called Convex. Inside here these are some files under this underscore generated folder. You don't need to worry about this one right now. Okay, now we'll head back to the documentation again, and you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider. So we'll copy this Convex provider, something like this. Okay, we'll go back to our app. So we'll create this file called Convex client provider. So simply inside this app we create this Convex client provider.tsx file. Inside this we'll add a default template, and then make sure to render the children. So we'll simply copy everything as it is, something like this. Okay, so you don't need to export because we are already exporting. Make sure to import this Convex provider, and here we also need to add this Convex URL. You need to initialize this, so we'll copy at this top. Okay, now make sure to import this Convex React client. We have to add React node. I think that's all we needed. Now here we are already rendering the children, right? So what we can do, we will render through this provider, something like this, and inside the layout.tsx file where we are rendering from the provider, instead of this, now we'll render it from the Convex client provider and then save it. Now you have to make sure your application running smoothly and don't have any issue. Right now if you see your application has some issue, it's saying that you need to define that in a use client. So inside the Convex client provider, mark this component as a use client, and boom, now if we don't have any error. Okay, and that's all you need to do. Now the next step is you need to create the table inside the Convex database, and in order to create a table, Convex use a schema structure. Now when we say the schema, it's nothing but that you need to define the table and the column name. So in order to do it, simply go to the Convex, and inside the Convex folder we need to create a schema.tsx file, or you can just say ts. Over here, in order to refer that how to create a Convex table and all, you can simply go to the documentation. Inside the documentation, you can go to the database and then just go to the schema section. Here you will see how to define a schema for any table. Okay, and let's implement it. So here we say export default. I will just and make sure to define this schema. So we'll say define schema. Inside this you need to provide a table name, so we'll say user table, and inside the user table you need to define as define table. and then just provide a column name. Okay, now if you want to provide an ID, you can provide the ID, but Convex is automatically adding a unique ID for each of the records, so you don't need to define that one, but we will define a name. So name is of type string or varchar. So here you need to define a value. Make sure to importing from the convex slash value dot, here we'll say string, then image URL, which is again of type string, then the email of type string, here we say subscription, now subscription again of type string, and we are provide you can even provide the credits if you want. Okay, it's completely optional thing. If later on if we need it, we can easily update that, and then simply save it. Once you save, you can just see the convex function, you don't have any error, and it's showing currently the convex function is ready. Now if I go back to our app and refresh this database, you will see the new table get added called convex table. Currently we don't have any record, but if I click on add, here you will see all these fields that you can add it. How cool, right? Now if any of the field, if you want to make it optional, you just need to wrap it like v.optional. Currently obviously we want to make this subscription as an optional field, so you can simply wrap this, and now that particular column is now optional. Okay, inside this schema you can see the current schema. Okay, so you can easily check whatever you added inside this schema file, and that's how you can add a table. Once the table is ready, let's insert a record. So we'll go to the app, inside the provider.tsx file. Over here first we'll write a method called constant create new user as a method, and inside this we'll first check if user is already exist or not. So either you can directly define or write a method over here, or you can create an API endpoint in order to insert a new record. Simply we need to check, or we need to make sure to call or save new user if not exist. Okay, so in order to do that, obviously we need to write a convex API endpoint. So go to the convex, inside this we'll create user.ts file, and inside this user.ts file we'll simply create a mutation because we want to insert a record. So here we'll say export constant create new user is equal to mutation, and if you see this mutation is importing from the generated server from the convex only, and then we need to accept the arguments first. Okay, which are the field you want to add it. So first we'll say name of type string, make sure you are importing this v, then email of type v dot string, and then image URL of type v dot string. Once we have these three value, here we need to define an handler. We'll say async, and inside this we'll have ctx comma arguments and then arrow function. Here you need to write a logic in order to save the record. So here we'll check if user already exists. So first we need to check if it's already exists or not. So we'll say constant user is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, because we want to fetch the record. Here you need to provide a table name. You can see this suggestion. So table name will be the user table. Then we have to add a filter, it means the where clause. Here we'll say query, so query dot equal to, and then q dot fill is email matches with our arguments. Okay, so this need to be arguments. So here we'll say arguments dot email. If that matches, then we have to collect that, means we have to select those all the record. Now here we'll check if user of 0, we'll say user dot length. If the length is greater than 0, or maybe we can say if length is equal to 0, it means we don't have any record. It means we need to insert the record. So we'll say constant user data, and whichever the field you want to insert, you can just define that. So here we'll say arguments dot name. For email, we'll say arguments dot email, and then image URL arguments dot image URL. So these three fields we want to add, right? And then here we'll say if not, then create new user. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then the user table, and what are the field you want to add, that field which is nothing but the user data which we already defined. Once it is insert, you can return the user data as it is, something like this. Okay, but if you user is already exist, then you can simply return that user information. So we'll say user of 0. Okay, if user is already exist, as simple as that, and then save it. So that's how you need to define the convex function. Okay, this is very important because all your logic are written on the server side. Convex is running on the server side, so you don't need to worry about that, and all your logic is also running on the backend side. Now once you have that, inside the create new user, first you have to define the this particular mutation. So we'll say constant create user is equal to use mutation. Inside this use mutation, define that API endpoint. So we'll say API dot user dot create new user. Okay, and simply inside the create new user, you need to call it. So we'll say constant result is equal to await create new user, and obviously you need to provide all the fields. Okay, this need to be create a user only, and inside this you need to provide the arguments. Okay, email, image URL, and name. Now in order to get those argument, you can simply get it from the use user hook. So we have this use user hook. Make sure your provider is on the client side. So we'll define use client, and then once you define the user, now make sure you will pass this value like email. So we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, then the image URL. So we'll say user dot image URL, and the name user dot full name. Here I will make this as async, and here you can add a condition as well if user. Okay, because that's the reason it gives us this error as well sometimes, or you can add some default value to it. Okay, now this particular method we need to call only when the user information is available, and also whenever this component get load. So inside the use effect, whenever the user is available, we will execute this use effect, and then we'll also execute this create new user method, something like this. See, so this need to be double question mark. So if full name is not there, it will save it as an empty string. Okay, and then save everything. Now if I go back to our application, you will see already it inserted the record into our database. Now even though you refresh many times, it doesn't matter, because it only check whether the user is already exist or not, and depends on that one it will save the information. So that's how you need to create a new user. Okay, now before moving to the next chapter, make sure once the user is signed in, you can change this button to, let's say, create new trip. Okay, so what we can do, we'll go to the header first, and inside the header, once the user is signed in, so over here we need to check. So we'll define a user is equal to use user, and I will mark this component on the client side, and then will, if not user means user is not sign in, then it will show this sign in button or get started button. Otherwise we'll add a button here, make sure it's a ternary operator, and here we'll say create new trip. Okay, now we'll show this particular button, see, and obviously we want to navigate that, so we'll wrap this in a link tag with a hrefs create trip. I will say create trip as a new route, and then save it. Okay, perfect. Right now user is login, so you have option to create a new trip. If I click on it, obviously we don't have that particular page or route, so that's the reason it's showing 404 error. But make sure to update this particular button logic. Okay, so that's all. I hope you understand that this is very important to set up a database, because whatever the information now we are going to save it, we want to save inside the Convex database. It's very easy, guys. Very first time it might be seem difficult to you, but once you implement, it will be easy. Once we have the user information and user detail after signing, it is very important to share that information across the different components, so that you don't need to fetch it every time. And in order to do that, we are going to use a context. Context is very powerful React hook and it's not just a hook, but it's a state management functionality inside the React application. So in order to create the context, simply we'll create a new folder outside or maybe inside the root directory, and inside this we'll create a user detail context.tsx file. Now in order to create a context, simply you just need to write export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure you will import this create context from the React. Now as this is a simple one, so I'm giving the type any. Then you need to wrap your application inside this context provider. So go to the app inside the provider.tsx file. I'm simply going to add a user detail context.provider. To this provider, you need to pass the default value. That value are going to share across the application. The interesting part about this context that you can update this state value from any components, and it automatically reflect to all the components as well. Now in order to pass the default state, first we'll define that state. So we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Now I hope so you know this use state hook, okay, which help us to set the value and to get the value for the specific variables. Okay, now once you define this, over here we'll set the user detail with the result, and here I will provide a type any, because we keep the context as type any only, and then you can simply pass this user detail information to this context. Now whichever component which you are going, or pages which you are going to render through these particular children can access this user detail information. Now later on you will get to know how we can use this. Also in order to avoid writing the complete context, here I'm going to also write one more method called constant use user detail. So we'll say use user detail, and inside that we simply return use context and then user detail context. Now you don't need to worry about this for now. Okay, this is just a simple way to use this use detail context. Now it's time to add a feature in order to limit the access to our free trial plan. As you know that this is a SaaS application, and we want to add a free trial as well as paid subscription model into this application. Inside the free trial, obviously user can create only one trip per day. Okay, so he can plan only one trip, and then we want to also give the limited access to the certain features. Obviously we are going to reset this limit every day. It means next day he can again create a new trip, but he has to wait 24 hours in order to generate a new trip plan. But in the case of paid user, you don't need to wait it. User can create unlimited trip and he can access have all the features. But the question is, how can we add this limit? Obviously, if you try to write a logic, it will be very complicated. But what if I told you that we have this best feature that can help us to add this limit to our uh, free trial? Okay, so that's where the Arcjet comes and play very important role. Arcjet is the developer first security platform for a web application. It offers a protection rule for automated bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, protect a sign up form, and there are many other features you can add with this help of Arcjet. And it's very easy to integrate. It provides a very light SDK which you can easily add it, and within a few lines of code you can easily integrate it. With the help of Arcjet, we are also going to add email validation so that when you want to send uh, the trip plan to your user, you can send it to the email. But before that, obviously, we are going to add a validation whether that email is correct or not, and the rate limiting, which is quite easy and quite interesting. So that's what we are going to see. So first thing first, we'll go to the documentation. You can check the link or click the link in the description. So you jump onto the specific website and the documentation. Here you need to select the correct framework. So in our case, we are using Next.js. So make sure to select the Next.js. It also provides a video tutorial, so you can go ahead and watch if you want. Now first thing, we need to install the Arcjet. So we'll copy this npm command. We'll go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and inside the new terminal we'll simply add this Arcjet. The next thing, we are going to set the key. Obviously we need to add this Arcjet key and we need to obtain it from the Arcjet account. So before that, I will just paste this key over here, okay, and then we'll create an Arcjet account. Now interesting part is free to use, okay, so you have the free trial, so you can use it. You can add up to 5 rules and no expiration, so it's up to you. You can even go with the starter plan if you want to add a multiple sites. And I will simply log in with my account. Once you log in, you will jump onto this home screen where you have option to add a new site. Give the site name. So in our case, we'll say AI Trip Planner. We'll create this site, and then you will get this Arcjet key. Just copy it and paste it here. Once you copy it, we'll go back to the documentation again, and then you can simply add the rule. Now in this particular example, you will see it helps us to protect your application from SQL injection, which is very important. Then you can even detect the bot and token bucket, which help us to limit or rate limiting features, and there are many others. But if you want to use or integrate specific feature, go to these features and just click that example. So if I click quick started and scroll down, you will see this example. Let's copy this example as it is for now, and then we have to add it inside the arcjet/route.ts. So I will go to this API first. So inside the app, we need to create an API folder, and inside this API folder, we'll create Arcjet folder, and then inside this we have route.ts file. Then copy the content as it is and simply paste it. Now let me walk through this code. It's very interesting. As we initialize this Arcjet and passes this Arcjet key, okay, which we already generated and save it inside our .env.local file. Then we need to define the rule. Now currently we said it's in a live mode, and we define the characteristic as well, where you can pass a user ID as a unique ID, okay. Then you can refill the rate, okay, so after 10 seconds it will refill with the 5 tokens, and each time it will detect 5 tokens from the account, okay, and that's I'm going to tell you how. But currently it just have the 10 seconds of interval, okay, so after every 10 seconds it will fill with the 5 tokens, and the maximum capacity of that particular bucket is just 10 tokens. Okay, so obviously it will not store more than 10 tokens. Then whenever you make a request, you just need to add this particular line which will protect your application or protect our request. To that request you have to pass a user ID. Okay, so it will be a unique user ID. For this example it uses this user123, and then for every request it will detect 5 tokens. You can change this to 2, it's up to you. Okay, and then we'll check if the decision is denied, it means there are too many requests, otherwise it will return the hello world on a successful request. Okay, now once you save it, let's test this out. So simply what you need to do, just go to the localhost. Once you run application, I will go to this localhost /API/Arcjet, as our application is already running. So I will go to this and you will see we'll get the hello world. See, if I refresh it again I got it, but if refresh it again, it's saying too many requests, and then the maximum capacity, remaining one, the reset, the window size and everything. If I refresh it after 10 seconds, it again fill it. But if I refresh it back to back, see, I'm not getting, right? Because it will add the tokens every after 10 seconds. Okay, and now you got the result. Now that's how you can limit your API request as well. Okay, now instead of 10 seconds, obviously you can add for a 24 hours duration. You just need to convert 24 hours to seconds and you can add that interval. So basically for 24 hours I will say 86400. Okay, so it will now refresh it every after 24 hours, and the maximum capacity is just 10 and refill rate is 5. Okay, so that you can easily handle this one. Later on you want to learn how easily we can protect each request with the help of this Arcjet, and we also going to implement the email validation later on in this particular project. But for now I hope you understand. Now you can even access this rate limit for each of the user, and you can see the analytics inside your Arcjet dashboard. Over here you will see that the rate limit is triggered, and whenever it allow, it's saying it's allowed. See how cool, right? You can see this analytics as well, how many times it get denied, how many times it allow, everything you can see inside your Arcjet dashboard. And that's why it's quite easy for a developers to protect it, and you don't need to write a bunch of code to limit the API access. Now the next thing is we want to navigate user to the create new trip screen. On the screen we are going to divide the screen into two sections. One for the chat box where user can enter the information in order to generate the trip planner. And on the right hand side we are going to show itinerary and the map. Obviously we need to show a complete trip information, the hotel list, the places to visit day by day and everything timeline basis. And also want to give an option to show a map. We are going to show a 3D map so user can interact directly with that particular map, and we are going to also show all the location on that map. Then on the chat box section where it's kind of question answer format chat box, but the interesting thing about this that we are going to add a generative UI to select some option. For example, if user want to select the how many people are going, right, or budgets, so we are obviously giving option to select from the UI. You don't need to type it, it automatically give us that option. So that's how we are going to add generative UI feature to our app. So let's go back and let's create a new route called create new trip. So inside the app folder we are going to create a new route called create new trip as a new route. Inside this we'll create a page.tsx file, and then we'll add a default template. I will rename this to create new trip and then save it. Now once user is login to our application, and on the click of create new trip button we want to navigate to this particular screen. So let's go to the header component where we have this create new trip, and here we already have this create trip option. So I will add it as a create new trip and then save it. Now once I click on create new trip, it should navigate to this create new trip, if you see, something like this. Okay, so this is very important. Same thing you have to do once user click on send button. So on send we want to navigate it. So over here we'll say router dot push slash create new trip. So on the click of this button as well, it's navigate to this create new trip. Now let's divide the screen into two sections. So we'll go to this over here, we'll add a class name, we'll give grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll give grid column 2. We'll also give gap to 5. Then let's add some padding if you want. So we'll give padding X to 10, or let's give complete padding to 10 only. And inside this we'll add two sections, one for the chart box and other for the map and trip plan to display, something like this. See, so one for chart box and one for the map and trip itinerary. Now next thing, for each of these we are going to create a separate component. So we are going to create a new folder called underscore component under this create new trip, and all the component related to this create new trip we want to keep inside this folder. I think we need to rename this to components, and inside this we'll say chartbox.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now make sure to import this chartbox component. So you will see this chartbox. Now inside here, obviously we want to add the text area section at the bottom inside the chart box. So first thing first, we'll add a section, two sections basically. So this one for the display messages, and other section for user input. Okay. Now for this particular display section, I'm going to add some dummy message. Okay, so here we'll say div. Inside the div we'll add another div. Over here we'll add a class name, flex, justify end, margin top to 2, and for this div we'll simply add a maximum width with a class name, maximum width large, then background primary, text white, padding X to 4, padding Y to 2, and rounded large. Okay, and inside here you can write user message, for example. Okay, same thing I'm gonna do it one more time, and here we'll say AI agent message or AI message, and in this case instead of justify end we'll say justify start. Now if I go back here, this is how it look like. Obviously for this AI agent message we want to give a gray color, so we'll say grade 100 and text black, something like this. See, okay. Now once you have all the message list, you can just start displaying it, but for this particular section we'll add a class name and we'll make it flex 1 and overflow Y auto, so you can able to scroll it. Okay, so we'll say overflow Y auto and padding to 4. So this is the message list. Now at the bottom where we want to add a user input, we want to add similar input that we added inside the hero section. So I will just copy that particular input. So inside the hero we have this input box. I will copy as it is and will paste it here. Make sure to import this text area, button component, and then this send icon. So everything is look correct. Okay, so on send method we need to call it. So this on send method we already attached to that send button, right? Uh, so I think everything's correct. So here we have an header issue. It's weird. Okay, so basically if you see, we have that error that we are using a function, so our hero need to be, or not hero, but chat box need to be on the client side. So at the top, make sure to add that, and if you refresh it now, if you see, you don't have any error. So currently we have this beautiful input box, but it's coming at the top and we want this at the bottom. So for that one, for this particular div, you can add height, let's say 90 vertical height, and we'll make it flex column, and that's all we needed. Something like this. See, instead of this one, we'll say 87 vertical height, or maybe 85. Perfect. Okay, so here you have option to enter the input. On the click of send, it will send the message and then it will go to the AI. So that's how you need to create this UI. It's simple, right? On the right hand side, obviously we'll implement the map and trim planner once we have all the information in order to display it. Now, after implementing the UI for the chat box, it's time to connect our application to the AI model so that you can ask the question and AI will return the answer for us. But in order to plan the trip, there are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. The very first thing that obviously we need to get the source and destination for the trip from the user. After this, we need to get a group size, whether it's a solo trip, couple trip, family trip, all the friends. Then we need to get a budget, whether it's a low, medium, high, trip duration, how many days user want to make this trip, and if there are any special requirements or travel interest, everything you can get it from the users. And obviously AI will our AI need to be asked this question one by one, and that's the reason I created this beautiful prompt which will help us to get this ask this question to the user one by one. So make sure that this AI will not ask the question or multiple question at once, so that user can enter each question's answer one by one. And in order to add a generative UI, I made sure that our response will be in the form of JSON. Okay, and obviously in the JSON format, we have the response and the UI, whether it is a budget UI or we want to show, or group size UI we want to show. Everything I already mentioned inside this prompt. Okay, so once we have this prompt, we can use this one. I will also share this prompt with you. You will find the link in the description for this documentation, where you will find all of these flowchart and diagrams. Now let's go back, and very first thing that we need to do is to create an endpoint for our AI model. So I will go to this API. Inside this API, I will create a new folder called AI model. Inside this, we'll create a route.tsx file, and then simply add a post request. So here we'll say async function, as this is a post request, so we'll say post and then next request. Now to this post request, we need to get a messages list. Okay, obviously this messages list we need to send to the AI model each time, so that AI will know what all information he already has, right? So we'll say request.json and then save it. Now, in order to use AI model, there are a bunch of different AI models you will find on the internet, like Gemini, OpenAI, ChatGPT, DeepSync, and many others. But I'm going to use a free AI model which you will find on the openrouter.ai. OpenRouter will give you all the AI model at one place. Many of them are free to use. So if I go to this model section, and if you see now this new model came, which is a free model, obviously you can just switch this pricing to free, and boom, we'll find all of these free model which you can use, like DeepSync, R1 model, or Mistral, Google Gemini model, and many others. Okay, but it's up to you how you want to go. I will use the ChatGPT's AI model, like 4.0 mini. Okay, I think that is sufficient for us. Once you click on this, go to the API section, and inside this we can create an API key. Now if you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. I'll go to this create API key, and then we'll select create API key, give the API key name. So here we'll say AI trip planner. Then you can limit the credit as well and simply click create. Once you have this API key, make sure to copy it, because otherwise you will lose it, you will not display it again. And then inside your .env or maybe .env.local, you can simply paste it. So here we say open router API key is equal to, and paste this key, and then your application name will display over here. Okay, as simple as that. Next, I will go back to that particular model, and if you scroll down, you will find with the help of make sure to select Typescript, and with the help of Open Router SDK, you can easily make a call. But if you want to use OpenAI SDK instead of Open Router, select this framework documentation. If you get this page not found, select return home, and over here you will see the Typescript option where you can use the OpenAI SDK. Now in order to use this OpenAI SDK, first thing you need to install the OpenAI. So I will simply add npm I OpenAI and make sure to install this. Once you install, simply copy these first few lines of code which initialize this OpenAI. See? Now you can even export this one so that you can use it in some other API routes. We don't need this default header, so I will remove that. And instead of this API key, I'm going to use our API key from this .env file. So we'll go to this .env file, open router API key, something like this, and make sure to pass it. Okay, now you have the OpenAI initialized, and then you just simply need to call this method in order to get the response. Okay, as simple as that. Now for the model, make sure to update the model which you are looking. So in this case, we want to use this model, so you will see this copy button. Make sure to copy that model name and then simply paste here and then save it. Okay, now under the messages here, you need to pass all the messages. Okay, but before that, I'm going to add a system prompt. That is very important. So inside the role, I will pass it as a system, and then for the content, I'm going to pass a prompt. Now I already have prompt inside the eraser doc. Simply copy this prompt as it is, and we can paste it at the top. So we'll say constant prompt is equal to, and then paste this prompt. Okay, once you have this prompt, you need to pass to this system, and then for the user role, you can simply say ... messages, because we want to send all the messages list. Then you will get the response. You can get this response over here inside the message is equal to completion.choice.message. Okay, and then in return, you can simply add next response .json, and here we'll say json.parse messages.content, because you will get in the form of string might be. So make sure to pass. If the content is not there, I will pass it as empty. Okay, now I also make wrap this line of all this line of code inside the try catch block. So in case it fails, it will return the empty response. So right now I will pass it as error E only, and then save it. Okay, and that's how our initial AI model is ready. Okay, so over here, make sure it's not string, it's a prompt that we need to pass. Okay, and if I go back, obviously nothing will get changed. Now whenever you enter something and on the click of this send button, we need to make sure to call this particular API endpoint. So what I will do, I will go to this chat box. Inside here we are on send method, and then we need to make an API call. Now in order to make an HTTP API call, you need to add an Axios. Okay, Axios HTTP client library, which help us to call an API endpoint. So over here now we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, or not get, it's supposed to be post, and then we'll say slash API AI model, and inside the body we need to pass a messages. Right now we don't have messages list, so we'll define a state which hold all the messages. Now you can even provide the type for that messages. Okay, so I will add a type message, and in that one we have role as a string and content as a string, and here we'll say messages of array list, and initially it will be empty. Then whenever user enters something, we need to get and save it in a state called set user input, and which is of type string. So inside this text area maybe we can add on change method which will emit the event, and then we'll set the messages with the event dot target dot value, and default, obviously we want to pass a default value called user input as well. So if there is a no value, we'll pass an empty string. I don't know why we are getting this error. Oh sorry, so this need to be an user input, not messages, so that's the reason we got this error. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now on the same, we have to make sure, first thing first, we need to set the user input as an empty one. Okay, you can set null. Then we want to add that message inside this messages list. Okay, so we're gonna simply add constant new message is equal to we'll define a message type first, and then we'll say role as user, and then content as user input. Okay, so this is important so that you can pass this. Now obviously we have error that user input need to be there, so if the user input is not there, we'll return nothing. Okay, so this need to be a not user input dot trim, so it will return nothing, otherwise it will go to the page, and then we have this user input with a new message. And then over here we can set the messages saying add a previous message, and then we have the previous message with new message. Make sure to wrap something like this. Okay, now once we have messages, just pass this over here. Actually we need to pass the messages list first. Okay, so we'll say all the messages comma the new message. Now you might have a question why we are doing like this, because when we update this message state, it's not updating immediately, right? So that's the reason I kept this new message as a different constant, and then I'm passing all the previous messages with a new message. As we are using await, you need to make this as async, and then once we have the result, you can set the messages with the previous. Over here we'll say previous colon messages, and then inside the arrow function we'll add previous message. Make sure it's a 3 dot, it's a spread operator. Okay, and then we'll say role as assistant, and then content as result dot data dot response. Okay, because we'll get the response. If you see our schema contain the response, right? So that's that field I just mentioned over here, and then save it. Later on we might need to update this, but for now I think we are okay, and then save everything. Over here I will just console the result dot data in order to check whether we are getting the result or not. So let's head back. Obviously we are not iterating the list, but inside the inspect panel we can verify it. Now here we'll say hi first, we'll pass this, and we are waiting. Right now if you see, we did not get any response from the AI model. So also make sure to check the terminal if you have any error or if we miss something. So basically we have an response. So if you see, we have the content, and then inside the content we have this UI as a source, but it's not in the correct format. So right now we are getting the content as a string, and that's what we don't want it. So basically you can mention over here saying response format, and then we have to provide a type with this JSON object. Okay, and then save it. Now I will say hi, we'll send this one, go to the inspect panel, inside the console, now we'll get an object. Okay, let's try this again, maybe, and boom. If you see, now we have the response and the UI as well. It mentioned which UI you need to render, but obviously for some of the field we are going to show a generative UI as well. But for now I hope you understand. Now once you have the response and all the information from the AI, simply we have to iterate those information. Okay, now in order to iterate, inside the section I'm going to add the, or we're just going to reiterate these messages, comma map, here we say message, comma index, and the arrow function. Message need to be type message, and then we'll add this both the div. Obviously we don't need to show both the div, okay, but before that what we can do, we can add a condition. So we'll say message dot role is equal to user, then we want to show only this first div, okay, otherwise we'll show this second div, which is then AI agent div message, right? Now the user message we need to replace with the message dot content, and this one also we need to replace the message dot content. We can provide the key as an index at both the place, and once you save this one, let's refresh this. Over here we'll say hi, send the message, and boom, if you see, we got the response. How cool. So you can just now start chatting. So for example, we'll say, okay, I want to traveling from the Charlotte, and then AI will ask the next question. Then now we'll say New York, boom. See how cool it is. So that's how you need to attach and integrate the AI model. Now next couple of things that we need to update, for example, the loading. When you send and response, we need to show some kind of loading indicator, right? Second, we need to replace these placeholders. So first I will replace this placeholder because that's quick thing. So we'll say start typing here. And in order to add a loading indicator, that's quite easy. You need to maintain a loading state, and initially it will be false. Once you start asking question, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever there is a loading, we can simply show that indicator. So over here inside the div, right, inside the content, basically we can add a condition. If loading, then we can show a loader icon, otherwise you can show the message content. For this loader icon, I will add this animate spin, so it will spin it and then save it. Now let's try this out. So say hi, and somehow it doesn't work. Let me refresh this. Oh, so that's might be not working as expected. Basically, instead of showing this loading over here, I will just undo everything, okay, and what we can do, we can simply add the loading indicator after these messages, every message, okay. So simply I will copy this div, because in place of that div we need to show, we don't need this index, and instead of the message content we'll show a loading indicator. So we'll add a loader icon, and to this loader icon you can animate that using animate spin tailwind CSS class, and we want to show this div only when there is a loading, when the loading is true. Okay, now once you save, we'll say hi, send it, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful loading indicator, and then you will start asking question. See how easy it is. So that's how guys you need to add these details. Now whenever there is an empty state, right, so once user land on this one, it's showing a blank and that's not look good. So you can replace that with an empty state. So basically I will add a new component, we'll say empty state, or empty box state, we'll say box state.tsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now whenever the message length is empty, so we'll say messages.length is equal to 0, then only we want to show this empty state box. See, something like this. And inside this empty box state you can add some heading. So we'll say start planning new trip using AI, and obviously you can wrap this with a strong tag, and I will add a class text primary. For this h2 tag I will add font bold, text excel, and text align in the center. Perfect. We'll give some margin top, and this text you can just add 3XL, little bit larger. Okay, you can add some head sub description as well. So I will just paste it, I already have, and then once you save, we'll go back to verify how it looks. Maybe you can add a class name, text to be in the center, then text gray, and margin top to 2. Perfect. And also you can give the option to select some information. Okay, but I think that's easy way. If you don't want to add too much things into your chart area, you can simply bring those options that you added inside your hero. So I will just go to this hero.tsx file. These are the suggestion option we have, so I will copy that, or we can simply export this, so you don't need to copy. And then this is the suggestion list, right? I will save this one. We'll go to our empty state box and simply paste it here. Now make sure you can import this suggestion because you already exported it, right? And if I save this one, this is how it look like, but we want in a vertical format. So don't, if you make this flex, make it flex column, and I will not make rounded full, I will say rounded XL, and we'll give more padding. I will add XL as a text. Perfect. XL is too much, let's make it large, and padding to 3. Let's see, I think that's much better. And here you can select those options as well. Now instead of making the background primary, I will just make a border primary. See, and don't want to make this text white, I will make it as a primary as well, something like this. I think that's look much better. See, now once you click on any of these option, we have to make sure that particular option will pass it. So basically you can add on click method to this particular div, and you need to pass back to the chat box. So we'll say on click on select option, and then you need to pass that option. So we'll say suggestion dot title. Now this on select option I will pass and type any, and then inside the empty box state, I think we need to get that, and we'll say on send method. So inside the on send method we need to call, but we need to make sure we'll set that input. So over here we have the value of type string, and along with to make that on send call, we also need to set it as a user input with this value v. Okay, and then save it, and let's test this out. So I will say create a new trip. See, it's coming over here, right? And once you send this, you can AI will start working on your request, as simple as that. So that's how you need to implement it, so that you will not see that empty box, and here not empty thing, but you can see some content when you jump initially on this particular page. Now it's time to display the generative UI, where if you see this mockup along with the AI's response, we are also going to show an UI component which help us to directly select the option. Now this component, obviously we need to build it, but AI will tell us that which component need to be rendered for that particular message. And that's why in our prompt we added that particular line. If I scroll down little bit up inside our prompt, where you will find that the generative UI, these are some types that we are going to build it. Okay, and also under this UI field, it will return that particular type. So first thing first, I will just update to small f for now, and then let's close all of this tab. And first thing first, we'll go to our create new trip chat box, and inside here we're gonna add a new field inside this message called UI. Okay, because we also need to get that UI string, so that's the reason I'm adding this. Then make sure you will set that. So over here we'll say UI with result.data, so we'll say result.data.ui, so that we can easily use that in order to render that particular UI. Now in order to render the UI, we'll say constant render generative UI as a new method, and this will accept the UI of type string, and depends on which UI. For example, let's say we want to render the budget UI, right? And that's what AI response returned to us. Then we have to show a budget UI component, right? Same thing, if the UI is equal to group size, then we have to render group size UI component, something like this. Okay, now the question is, obviously we need to build these particular components, and this method we need to call. So this need to be a generative render. This is just spelling mistake. So once you create this method, you need to render this method over here, and make sure to pass message dot UI. Oops, message dot UI. Make sure it's not empty, so I'll pass an empty string, and over here as well we'll say undefined. I don't know, I think we don't need to show undefined obviously, but over here we need to return something, right? So that's the reason we is throwing an error. Now let's implement for the group size component. So what we can do, we can go back over here, we'll create a new component called group size UI.tsx. Then we'll add a default template. Now inside our eraser doc, I already added the list of group size, we can use it. So I will just copy that, and then I will paste it over here, so that we can easily iterate it. So we'll add we'll just iterate that. So we'll say selected travel list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, and first we'll say item dot icon. That's a simple emoji icon that we are going to show, and then we have item dot title. Here we'll say key as an index. Then for this div we'll add a class name. We'll say padding to 3. We'll add a border. We'll make a rounded corner to 2xl. Background to white. On hover, I want to add a border to be primary, and we'll make cursor pointer as well. Okay, I think that's all we needed, and then save it. Now this group size UI over here, I will just return this particular component. Make sure to import this component and then save it. Now if I go back, I will just refresh this once. Here we'll say I want to travel from Charlotte to New York. Okay, and I will send this one, and boom, if you see, we have beautiful UI now rendering on the screen along with the question from the AI response, right? Obviously we will just add some styling. So over here I will mark it as a grid column 4. I will make 2, and on medium screen size we'll make it 4. Then we'll give gap to, let's say, 2, item to be in the center, margin top to 1, and then save it. Boom, see how beautiful. Now once you select any of this option, obviously we have to make sure that we will pass back this user selected response to the chat box, and then we need to call this onSend method. So for this one, let me bring this down. Here we'll add onClick method, and to this onClick method we'll say onSelected option, and we'll call this. Okay, over here we'll say item dot title plus, along with this one I'm going to add how many number of people are there, right? So that particular count I'm going to say same. See, this people and title as well, and obviously make sure to pass it. You can pass a type any, and inside the chat box I will accept that. So I will get this on selected option, and then simply you can call set user input. Now make sure to accept that particular value so that you can set it, and also call on send method. Okay, and then save it. Now if you select any of this option, and boom, if you see, we got the user input response as soon as user select any of this option, and then after that AI returning or asking us the next question. Same way, now you have to build this UI component for the budget as well. So let's go back to our app and let's create a new component for budget UI.tsx. Over here we'll add a default template. Then I'm going to get this particular budget options which is available inside the eraser doc, and once you add, simply you can iterate those in the same way. So I will simply copy this same structure as it is, and instead of this one I'm going to add this selected budget option. Then make sure to return the same method. Okay, and instead of this title now we'll pass as description and save it. Now if I go back to our application, okay, so make sure inside the chat box you will add this. Okay, so same return statement but different component now. So here we will say budget UI, and boom, right? Now if you want to add more styling to this one, you can add it, and let me show you how you can do it. So for example, for this div, you just want to add some kind of background, so we'll add this as a div. Then inside the class name we'll say text is of 3xl, then padding to 3, and rounded full. Then we have the h2 tag. For this one we'll say text large and font semi bold, margin top to 2, and also we can add a description. We'll say item dot description. For this description I will add text smaller and text gray 500. I think we can add some color combination as well. Okay, so we already have, I'm already providing the colors, so I will add that. So maybe over here we can add the colors. So let me put it inside the curly braces with this tag, so we can dynamically add a color. So we'll say item dot color, see, something like this, but we have to make sure it will be in the center. So for this div we'll say flex column item to be in the center and text to be in the center. See, obviously you don't need to provide this, obviously make sure it's the 3 now. Perfect. And now we have this different UI from the previous one, right? So it's up to you how you want to provide, okay, and give the better look each time. Next, obviously once I select any of these, right, if you see it's sent, and then it now AI will ask the new question. So guys, that's how you have to do and add the generative UI for each of this question. Now I will pause the video and I will do it for the number of days, okay, and I will implement that. Now here I also added the number selection, that how many days user want to travel, where user have option to select these days, and then once after this we have these final things where we are showing that your plan is getting generating in the background, and then we are going to show this beautiful message or loading message. Only inside this final view I'm going to add class name with a margin top to 2, and also will provide a width full, okay, something like this. And once we have the trip information, then user can view this particular trip on the right hand side, and then we'll enable this button as well so that he can able to view the trip. Okay, so this is how we are going to generate the UI in a runtime with the help of generative UI tech. Okay, so if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Before going to the next chapter, let's test this out one more time. Okay, so here I will say hello, I want to travel from New York to Mumbai. Okay, and I will send this message. Now obviously we already provided the source and destination, so obviously AI will not ask this question again and again. That is smart, that's how smart it is. Now we are traveling with, so I will traveling alone. Okay, and what is your budget, so I will select moderate, and then it will ask how many days you are planning. When you ask me how many days, so I am planning for 7 days. Okay, and then it will ask any other question if I have any. And now if you see, now it's saying that you are with that current information, the trip is now generating. Okay, it takes some time obviously, but whenever we have this final step, right, that's why we have the UI component, UI field with the value final, then we have to make an API call in order to generate the final result. That is very important. Okay, that's what we are going to see next, but until this point I hope you have understand everything. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of different features that we are going to add in this particular project. Now it's time to generate the final itinerary of our trip, depends on user provided information with the help of AI. Now once user reaches at this place where UI is a final, and currently if you see we are getting this generative UI because we set it whenever the UI field is mentioned as a final, right? So in that case, we have to send another API call in order to generate the final trip details. So to do that, we are going to simply check whether the last message contains the UI field as a final or not. Okay, so we'll go back to our application, and inside this we have this chart box, and inside the chart box I am going to use the use effect. Now this use effect will execute whenever the messages is updated. Okay, and once the message are updated, then we'll say constant last message is equal to messages of messages dot length -1. So it will contain the last message, whichever last message is there, and then we'll say if last message dot UI is equal to final. Okay, then only we'll set is final as a new attribute or new state. Okay, so what we can do, we can just mention that state. So over here we'll say is final comma set is final is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and over here once it's final, then we'll set it as a true. Okay, and once we set it as a true, we are going to call on send method as well. So this method, now we have the on send, correct, but in this case we are going to send is final as a parameter over here. Okay, obviously initially it will be false. Now let's go to this AI model under this API, and then we are going to accept that is final. Okay, now whenever there is final is true, then we need to update this prompt. We need to change this prompt so that it will generate the final trip information. So to do that, I already have this particular prompt ready. Okay, now this prompt will generate all the information which you need: the trip plan, the hotel information, the itinerary, day wise, and everything. Okay, this is a schema and this is the prompt. So I will just copy this as it is, and then I will paste it inside the route just below this one. So this is how it look like. So now we have this final prompt, and this final prompt we wanted to show. So over here we'll say is final. If its final is true, then we'll pass as a final prompt, otherwise we'll pass the simple prompt. Okay, and I think that's all we needed for now. And now if I go to the chat box, whenever there is final, you don't need to set the message, so make sure that. Okay, so if is final is not true, then only we are setting the message, otherwise we will not set the message. Okay, but I will just console over here so that we'll get to know whether we are getting the correct data or not. Okay, let's save it for now and let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application. I will refresh the screen. Now before test this one, just make sure to add one quick change. Whenever you set it as a final, also set the user input with some value. Will say okay, great. Okay, because if you see inside our onSend method, the user input need to be there. Say this one, right? So that's the reason it is very important that you will set some user input, and that is important. Okay, now let's test this out. So we'll say create a new trip. Okay, and then we'll simply say we wanna Mumbai to Goa trip. Okay, so it will ask with whom you are traveling with, then budget, and I will set the date as well. And if you see, it starts generating. So only thing that it's if you see, it's not make any call yet. Okay, because maybe it, let me check the issue. So once we set the final, we'll set the user input, and then we'll click on send button. So that's good. Let's make sure that you are getting a final one, right? So that's what we needed. So I think we need to test this again. So that's where maybe we can just hide this one, okay, and then we'll test this out. So right now I will just say okay, and now if you see, it start generating, and inside the payload you will see is finally is true. So it once the loading is completed, you will see that output as well. Okay, see, now we got the trip plan, and inside that we have hotel information, we have itinerary information, all the details. See, okay, so that's how we need to do it. I think you can test this out again, okay, and hopefully it will work. So only thing that when you update the user input, right, it's not updating immediately, and that's the reason it's not going inside this on scene. So sometimes it happens. So the another option is to fix it. I will just commented this on scene, and I move this to an use effect. When this use effect will execute whenever the is final is true and the user input is there, then we have this on scene method. Okay, so now if I test this out, here we'll say Mumbai to Goa 3 dates. Okay, now once I ask, it will not ask me then again the how many days, right? So we'll say that I want to travel with the friends with a moderate budget, and then if you see, it start generating as well. Okay, now inside the console we can just test this out. Right now it's still loading because it's a big chunk of data that we are expecting to get it. So that's why it's taking time, and boom, if you see, we got the trip plan information. How cool, right? Now whenever we got the information, we want to enable this view trip button. Okay, so simply over here we are going to save this trip information first. So we'll say constant trip detail comma set trip detail is equal to use state. Okay, and obviously we need to define the type for this one, and make sure once you get the data, so over here we'll say is final. If it's we'll say inside the if is final is true, I will just move this block of code just below this one. Okay, so we'll say is final is true, then we'll set the trip detail with the result dot data dot, and if you see our information inside the trip plan, so I will save it inside the trip plan. Okay, so let's move this up something like this, and whenever the trip detail is there, then we want to enable the button. So simply what we can do, okay, so the button is inside the final UI, right? So over here we'll say disable this button only when the trip detail is not there. Okay, if trip detail is not there, then disable it, and we'll go to the final. Over here we'll say trip detail, or we'll say disable. I think that's what we wrote, right? So disable, correct, and then we'll pass this disable whenever the disable is true, then only it will disable that particular button. But once we have the trip information, then it will not disable. Perfect. Now one last important thing, because we already saving it, we need to define a type. That is very important. So I will define a type over here. We'll say trip info, and inside the trip info we need to write a budget, destination, everything. So we'll say budget is of type string, destination is of type string, then we have the duration, group size, so make sure to copy everything as it is, that is important. Then we have origin, okay, and then we have hotels and itinerary. So right now hotel contains the list of array, right? So for now I will give the type any, and then last we have the itinerary, that is of type any only. Okay, and this trip information I will set it here, something like this. Okay, and then save it. So I hope you understand this particular functionality that is very important in order to go to the next chapter, because once we have this all the details, then we are going to display it on the screen. Once you create this trip, it's very important to save it to our database so that next time whenever user want to fetch the trip details, he can fetch it from his dashboard. Okay, so to do that, simply we need to create a table inside the Convex. So we'll go back to our application, and inside the Convex schema file we'll add it. So go to the Convex schema.ts. Inside this we'll create trip detail as a new table. So we'll say trip detail table, then we'll say define table, and inside this we need to define it. So first thing, we want to add a trip id, which will be the unique id. So we'll say v dot string, then the trip detail is of type JSON. We'll say v dot I don't think so we have JSON, but you can put it as a any, and then the user ID. Right now the user ID we already have inside our context, we just need to pass it. So over here we'll say v dot string. Instead of string we need to pass an ID because this is the ID, and then you need to refer it. So we need to refer with the table name, which is the user table. I think something like this. Okay, because this table name need to be here. I think that's all we needed, and then save this one. Once you save, obviously the created by and everything will be there, but make sure the user table is now added to your Convex. Perfect. Now let's go back to the we'll create a new Convex function actually in order to save it. So we here will say trip detail.ts file, and inside the trip detail.ts, similar like a users, right, we need to create a mutation. So we'll say export constant trip, I will say create trip detail is equal to mutation. Inside this mutation we need to accept arguments like trip id, which is of type string, then the user id of type, make sure to import v of type id, and here we'll say user table, and then last we want to accept the trip detail information, which is of type any. Now once you add, we need to add a handler. Handler is of type async, so I will just verify that, yeah, that's correct. And inside that we have ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Then we'll need to save it. So we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db.insert. The table name is trip detail table, and then we need to add the value. So if you see the same way that we added the user, you need to add the trip detail information. So first thing, trip detail, so we'll get it from the arguments dot trip details, then the trip id again from the arguments dot trip id, and then user id, which is also from the arguments dot user id, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Once you save, you can return the data if you want, okay, or you can leave it as it is. Now our trip detail Convex function is ready. Now I will go to our chat box. Inside this chat box we need to initialize that mutation. So we'll say constant save trip detail is equal to use mutation, and then we'll say API dot trip detail dot create trip detail, and this save trip detail we need to call. So we already have is final, right? Inside this we'll say save trip detail, or we'll write something like this is equal to await save trip detail, and inside this we need to pass a trip detail information. This trip detail information you can get it from this result. The trip ID, you can get the trip ID from the, obviously we need to generate this one, and then we have the user ID. User ID you can get it from the context, so we'll define a user detail context over here. So we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use user detail. See, this particular hook we can directly use it. You don't need to mention the context and then the which context you want to use. Okay, from here you can directly use that, and then we'll say user detail dot underscore id, because the field is saved as a underscore id. Okay, here you don't need to mention the result, you can left it as it is, and then save this one. So this will also save our trip. Okay, if you want to notify user with the toast message that trip is saved, then you can mention that one as well. Now in order to pass a unique trip ID, I will search for this UUID v4. Okay, not this one, just search UUID v4 package. Okay, so it will jump onto this package, you just need to install. So I will copy this, and inside the new terminal make sure to install that. Once it installed, you can directly use it with the help of this UUID v4 function. So maybe we'll say constant trip id is equal to UUID v4. Make sure to import this statement, and it will generate a unique global identification number. And now just pass this trip id. Okay, and then save it, as simple as that. Now obviously you can test this out, so I will create a new trip. Now I will just say Mumbai to Pune I want to travel, so with family, then moderate budget, confirm 3 days. So I think there is some problem. Let's see what's the issue. I don't see any issue over here. It was still working, so that's the reason. Okay, and now if you see, the trip is generating. So we have this final, and we'll wait to finish this. Once it finished, we got the trip information. I will just make sure inside the trip details you will see the new record get added with the ID, the trip detail obviously which contain a complete JSON. Then we have the trip ID as well, the user ID obviously which is connected to that particular user. Okay, so that's how guys you need to save the trip information to your database. Now with the help of this trip ID, you can easily fetch the trip information directly, so you don't need to do anything. Also just wanted to tell you that this view trip button is now enabled. Okay, and obviously on the click of that one we can show that particular trip. Now it's time to display the trip information. Now we want to display in some modern way that it looks much attractive. Now in order to do that, first what we can do, we will just copy some dummy information. So from this network tab, we'll check this one. So we'll say make it 2 days. I will just getting the trip detail information. Right now if you see it generating this trip detail information, this we are going to save as a dummy data in order to display it, and once our UI is ready, then we can simply replace it with the actual information. So I will copy this response as it is. We'll go back to our page, and inside this one we are going to create a new component. We'll name it as a Itinerary. .tsx, and then we'll add a default template. Now this itinerary we need to add it inside the page.tsx file, something like this, and then save it. Now first make sure that is displaying on the screen, see, something like this, right? And on this side we want to display that trip information. Now inside the itinerary I'm going to add that dummy data, so we'll say trip data is equal to, and paste this. Make sure we don't want this trip plan as a field, so we'll remove that and we'll only keep what we need, right? Obviously it contains all the information. So this is the first step that we wanted to display it, right? Next thing, we'll close this one. We want a UI for it. So for that one, I'm going to use this Certainty UI, which is based on shared CN. So you don't need to worry about this. Simply go to the components and then scroll it to the component called timeline. Now this timeline component will give you this particular UI component. See how cool, right? Now obviously we will replace this particular information with a day, 1, day 2, and on the right hand side we can show an actual information, the place information, and that's how we are going to use this particular component. So in order to install, go to the CLI, copy this npm and then simply install it using this command prompt. Once it is installed, it will available inside your component folder under the UI timeline.tsx file, where you can customize completely, okay? And now we'll copy this example as it is. Inside this example, if you see, we have the data, and I will copy everything, and then inside the timeline we will just simply passing this data. So in the same way, I'm going to replace this return with this information. Make sure to import this timeline statement at the top. I will close this and then save it. Once you save, and if I head back to our application, boom, you will see this beautiful change, right? Obviously there are a lot of things that we need to customize it before displaying all the data. Now first thing first, obviously we don't want this ugly scroller, right? We just want to make sure that it will not scroll complete screen. So similar like the chart box, so if I go to the chart box, if you see the maximum height, which is height 85 vertical height, same height we are going to give it to this itinerary. So over here I will say height to 85 vertical height. Now if you see, if I refresh the screen, it's still scrolling, right? So maybe we can say overflow auto and then save it. And now if you see, it's scrolling only that particular part. Cool, right? I will just make sure to 83. I think that's much better. See, now it's completely fixed. Now next, after this, we need to update all of this content, this particular empty space and lot of other things. Now for that one, I will go to this timeline component. Inside the timeline component, it has a dummy data. See this one. Obviously we need to replace this data with an actual information. So over here we will just say something like your trip itinerary from, and then we want to add a source to destination is ready, okay, something like this. So over here we want the information from this trip data, because inside the trip data we have the destination and the origin, right? Now in order to pass this trip data, you can pass this complete trip data to the timeline. So over here we'll say trip data and then pass this trip data. Obviously inside the timeline you need to accept this trip data. Over here you need to accept it, and you can provide a type, or make sure it's a trip data, and the type will be trip info, and then save it. Perfect, right? Now next, over here we'll say trip data dot origin and here we'll say trip data dot source, sorry, destination. And if I save this one, you will see this change. Your trip itinerary from Mumbai to India. Okay, so this need to be an destination. Yeah, see, your trip itinerary from Mumbai to India to Goa is ready. Now you can even wrap this in a strong tag and change the color. So I will change this to primary, and the same thing I'm going to do for the destination as well. Here you can customize completely everything. You can customize in this one, right? And this is how it look like. Next thing, instead of this p, I am going to replace with the some uh, uh, user selected options. So over here I will add a div, I will add a calendar, and then inside here I'm going to add the duration. So we'll say trip data dot duration, and this is how it look like. We want everything in one line, so I will add flex gap of 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. Same thing, I'm going to copy it few more times. Secondly, after this I want to add a budget. Here we can add a wallet icon, and here I will say budget. Then group size, and here we'll say people, or I don't know, users. I will just get that perfect icon for it. So we want many users, so maybe users, we can say users. And if I save this one, this is how it look like. Obviously we want everything in one line, so we'll say class name, flex gap to 5, item to be in the center, and boom, how cool it's looking, right? Perfect. So that's how you can modify it. You can add more text if you want, you can add more styling as well. Now again, we don't want that much space at the top, so we can remove that space as well. So here, instead of padding y to 20, we can give padding y to, let's say, 7, so it will move up. Then we don't want this empty space as well, so after this we can scroll down, and I will just make sure that there is no margin or padding from the top. So over here, if you see there is padding top to 40, I'll make this to 10, and now it's moved up. Okay, also there is a lot of width between these two sections, so that also we can replace it. So in order to replace that particular width, so instead of this width full, we'll say width 40%. I think that's much better. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can update your timeline. Now our timeline design is almost ready. Now we need to replace this dummy or default data with our dummy data, and then later on we will update this dummy trip data with an actual information whenever the new trip is generated. Now let's display the list of hotel first, okay? And I will also change this size of this particular text. So inside the timeline, if I go to the title, here we can make to Excel. I think let's refresh it and see. I don't think so there is any change. Okay, so maybe over here we'll make it 3XL. I think this is much better. Perfect. Next, I will go to the itinerary, and here now we need to map our trip data with this particular format, where we need to provide a title, which is nothing but this particular left side title, and then the content, which are the content you want to display on the right hand side in any format. Okay, so first thing first, I will just remove everything. So we don't want this one, right? We'll just keep this title and the content for the reference. And first we need to show an hotels. So basically in the title we will say recommended hotels. Okay, and after this, if I save this one, let's go back. I don't know why it's gone. but now it shows recommended hotels. Perfect. And inside the content, I will just clean everything. And inside here, we'll say trip data dot hotels dot map, and then we'll say hotel comma index and the arrow function. Right now we don't have a type called hotel. Okay, so you can mention that type. You can mention inside the our chat box only, because that's where we define the type for the tip info. So over here we say export type hotel. Here we'll say hotel only. So here I added for the hotels, activity and day plan, and then I'm going to replace this with the we can say day plan, I don't know, or we can call it as a itinerary instead of day plan, and then I have going to replace this with an itinerary, and here need to be an hotel. Now hotel need to be, if you see, the hotels need to be a list, right? So I will make sure that's a list only. And then save it. Now if I head back to our itinerary, in order to map this one, we'll say simply say trip data dot hotel. Here you can provide a type, and then you can map it one by one. So over here we'll simply say a div, or you can just iterate those. Inside the div I will show an image first. So image source tag, for now I'm going to use a placeholder image, okay, which I already have in my public folder. Here we'll say place image for now, and for width I will add 400, height to let's say 200, and then save it. Key as an index. Now if I save this one, here you will see the place image. That's where that it's not showing, maybe it's a JPEG image. Perfect. Then I want to show some information, so we'll say inside the height, sorry, S3 tag, we'll say hotel dot hotel name, and that's how the hotel name comes. Over here we'll say font semi bold. Then we can add text large. Perfect. After this I want to show an hotel address, so we'll say hotel dot address. Inside the class name we'll make this text gray 500, text access, and we can keep the text as it is, that also good. And if you want to show a rating, you can also show a rating along with their budget. So over here you can add hotel dot price per night. Over here we can add a wallet icon, and let's see how it looks. Then let's bring everything in one line, and you can change this color as well. So we'll say text gray, or we can make it green, something like this. See, after this if you want to add a rating for the hotel, because we already have that rating, so I will add a star icon. Then I will say hotel dot rating, and I will change this color to yellow 500. Let's bring everything in one line, so we'll make it flex, gap to 2, and we can bring this together if you want. So basically we can say flex justify between item to be in the center. So this is how it look like. Perfect. And if you want, you can add a description as well. So hotel has the description, so we'll say hotel dot description. Over here we'll get class name, and we'll clamp the line to 2. We'll make a text gray 400, something like this, or let's make it 500. Now for this div I will add a class name. We'll make it flex column and gap to 1, so some spacing between all of these. For the image I'm going to add some styling, so over here we'll add a class name. We'll add a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded to XL. Then you can add little bit of shadow and object cover. Okay, you can add margin bottom to 2. Let's see how it looks. And we want those in the form of grid, so we can show 2 items in one row. So we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen we can make it grid column 2, so something like this. See, perfect. Now another problem with this one, right, this chat box is quite bigger, so you can even change the size as well. So in order to change, instead of giving a 2 column, I will assign 3 column over here, and then for this itinerary I will give the 2 column and 1 remaining column to the chat box. Okay, and then you will see the change. See, so that's how also you can modify it. Okay, it's up to you how you want to show it. Now after this is how it look like. You can add some more space. Its description is optional actually, even though you did not add it, that's completely fine. Only thing that we want to add a button, and we'll say view details, so we can say view, just we'll say view. We'll say font, not font, but we can add a variant if you need it. So I will add a variant outline. Perfect. And inside the class name we'll give margin top to 1. We give the gap 2. Here I will make gap 4, some more gap. Okay, now if you want to, now this is just a hotel recommendation. Now as you know that we are just testing this out, so that's the reason I want to remember this one. Okay, you might have question without any chart with the AI how we are getting, because it's a dummy data, right? Now the next part is we want to show itinerary, right? So if I go back to our application, and over here if you scroll little bit down, after the hotels we have the itinerary day by day, and inside that again we have the activity list. Now in order to display that one, we have to add the spread operator. So here we'll say trip data itinerary map. Inside here we'll say day data and the arrow function. Now over here we'll add a title first, and for the title we'll simply say day, and inside the dollar we'll say, oh, this need to be, and we'll say day data dot day. Okay, so it will give you the first day, second day, something like this. Then the content that we need to show, so inside the content we'll add a div, and over here we'll add a p tag. Inside this we need to mention that best time, and then we'll say day data dot best time to visit day, right? Because this field we already have. Now if I save this one until this point, okay, so we have an issue. So inside the trip data, if you see, maybe the format is not the correct one. After save, if you see, we have the day 1 and then we have the day 2 as well, right? Perfect. Then next part, I don't know why this is showing. Okay, to be frank, this particular error, we'll fix that in a moment. But before that, now let's show the activity list. So over here, we'll say day data dot activities dot map, and inside here we'll say activity. Oops, sorry. Activity comma index and the arrow function. Then inside here we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add a key as an index, and then we want to add a place name. Here first we'll add an image, that will be a good option. So inside the image I will add a source tag. For now I will add a placeholder. Then width we'll say 400, height to 200. Alt tag as, let's give the activity dot place name, and inside the class name we'll say object cover. And rounded to Excel. If I save this one and let's see how it looks. Perfect. See? Then for this particular div, I'm going to add a class name, or not here, but we can maybe wrap this inside the div so that we can make it grid column 1. On the medium screen size we can make grid column 2 with a gap of 4, something like this. See, beautiful, right? So that's how we can display. After this place image, obviously we are going to replace this place image with an actual image of that particular place later on, but now let's add an h2 tag with an activity place name. For this one I will add a class name, font semi bold, and text larger. Then inside the p tag we'll add some details about this place. So we'll say activity dot place details. For this one I will add a class name, text gray 500, and I will clamp the line to 2 only. After this we'll add a ticket pricing if there is any ticket pricing. So inside the h2 tag we'll add activity dot ticket pricing, and over here we'll add a ticket icon as well, and let's see how it looks. See, now let's bring this in one line, flex gap of 2, and also we'll change the color to, let's say, 500. I will change the color, so let's say blue for ticketing. And if you want, you can add line clamp to 1. Okay, you don't want too much to display. Then after this we can add the travel time for that location. So we'll say activity dot time travel for each location, maybe that's the correct one. Over here I will add a clock icon, and inside the class name we'll say flex text orange, maybe I will give, and then gap to 2. Perfect. And here we can show the best time to travel as well. So I don't know which icon should I use over here. Maybe you can use timer icon, and here we'll set activity time best time to visit. So maybe if you did not show the about time, that's also fine. So instead of this one I will say activity best time to visit instead of this one. Okay, and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. You can add a line clamp to one. Okay, somehow it's not get applied, okay, but we can leave as it is, that's fine. And I think that's all we needed. You can add a button to view it, so we'll say button. I will add a size small, and I will also add a variant to, let's say, outline. And inside this we'll say view. Let's add a class name. We'll say width to full, margin top to 2. Perfect, where user can view that particular location. Over here we'll say link open. I don't know how we can show that. So over here I will use this external link tag, external link icon. Okay, I think this is much better. See, and that's how we have this day 1 and then day 2 information. How cool it is, right? So that's how, guys, you need to display the result. Now on the click of this view, obviously we want to navigate it. Now on the click of this view, we want to navigate to the Google page where the detail will found. So for that one, I already have this link which you can use it. Okay, it's a free, just it will navigate to that particular link. So I will wrap this button inside the link tag, then hrefs, and then I will just hard coded this link. Obviously, oh, that's where we don't want this unwanted text. And instead of this place name, obviously we will replace with our activity dot place name, something like this. Okay, also make sure to wrap it, this button, inside the link tag. Remove this unwanted text, and I will just make sure here we will add https and then google.com, the place name, and I will open this link in a new tab. So we'll say inside the target underscore blank. Now if I go back, click on this view button, let me refresh the screen once, and if I click on this view button, see, it's navigate to that particular place. How cool, right? Same thing if I go to this Baga beach, if I click on this one, you will see this Baga beach, and that's where the Google map also redirect you. Okay, same thing you have to do it. So I will copy this link for the hotel placeholder. So for hotel we have this button, and then I will wrap this link tag, but instead of this hotel we'll say hotel dot hotel name. Okay, now once you added hotel name, okay, so over here we need to add a class name with width to be full, and if I click on this one, it jump to that hotel. See, the bucket list hotel, the bucket list hotel Goa. Okay, so that's how you need to navigate. Now one more important thing that we need to update, that we are going to replace this all the items into a separate components, right? Independent components, because it will be easy for us later on as well. So first, for the hotels, we are going to remove all of this bunch of code and we will keep it in separate component. So here we'll say hotel card item dot tsx. Let's add a default template for that, and from the itinerary I will cut it everything from here. I will go to the card item, I will paste it, and then we don't need to provide an index over here. Make sure to import the image tag, and here we need to accept the hotel of type hotel. Now if you did not exported this hotel type, okay, so from the chat box make sure to export this hotel type. Okay, and now if I go back to this hotel card item, either you can import this, otherwise you can directly define props. Here we'll say hotel as a hotel, and then I will pass it as a props. Okay, so it destructurizes this hotel, and now you see we don't have any error. Make sure to import this link tag and then button as well. Let's save everything. Okay, make sure to import this wallet icon and star icon as well. I think that's all. And then we will simply replace this with a hotel card item and pass the hotel information as hotel. Let's save this one, refresh it, and then you will not see any change. Okay, now later on I will tell you why it is important, but for now I hope this understand. Same thing we need to do for the trip information. Inside the trip information, we just need to replace this activity info. So this particular card, so I will cut it from here. I will create a separate component for that and we'll call it as a place card item.tsx, add a default template and then simply replace it. Now over here obviously we need an image tag, so add it, remove this index. Oh, we need an image tag from the next last image, the link tag, then all the icons we need to import, the external link icon as well, and the last is button. Then we need to accept the activity, right? And we'll define a prop for this one. So we'll say type props is equal to activity and is of type activity, right? Now you have to make sure from the chat box the activity is exported, right? So that you can use that particular type. Oh, so inside this one from the chat box and then simply show the props. Okay, something like this. I think that's all. Now go to the itinerary and here I will add that particular component and then simply pass the activity as activity. Let's save it all the pages, and now if I refresh you will not see any change, but now we have different component for each of this card item. Now it's time to replace the placeholder image with an actual Google Place photo. And it's very straightforward. First, in order to generate this Google Place photo, you need to search the place detail with the help of Google Place API. And then from that Google Place detail information, you will get the place ID. That place ID information we need to pass to the Google Place photo URL. Now just follow the step-by-step guide that help us to get the Google Place photo. Now very first thing, there is a documentation about how to do it. So first we need to search that particular place, right, with the help of this text search, and this is the endpoint that we need to send it or make a call. So I will copy this endpoint and let's close all of this tab for now, and we'll go to this API. Here we'll say Google Place detail as an endpoint. Here I will add route.tsx file. Let's add a default template, not default template, but over here we need to make an post API call. So I will say post request next request, something like this. Okay, now once we have this, we'll simply call an method. So we need to add constant base URL and then we'll keep this base URL. Now we also need to send some configuration. So we'll say constant config. Inside this configuration we need to send an headers, and inside the header we have the content type. Here make sure it's an application / JSON, then X dash Google API key that you need to pass. Now all of this you can even find this on over here, right? So if you see this Google API key we need to pass, fill mask and all the information. So that's what I'm writing. So over here we just need to add the environment key. So I will say next, not next, but here we'll say Google Place API key. Okay, now we'll replace this key in a moment, but I will just add it over here. And then we need to add this X Google field mask, and inside this we need to provide which things you need it. So we'll say places dot photos. Then we need a display name, so we'll say places dot display name, and then places dot id. Okay, so once you have all of this config ready, now simply we'll make an API call. So we'll say export result is equal to await axios dot post. Then we'll send this base URL. Then we need to pass the information, okay, to this place. So over here we say text query, and for this one we need to pass a place name. So we'll say place name. Now we need to get this place name from the body of, so we'll say place name is equal to await request dot JSON. Okay, and that place name we are going to pass, and along with this one we need to pass the configuration. So whichever configuration we have, that configuration we need to pass, and then save it. Once we have the result, we'll return this result. So we'll say result dot data. Make sure we'll pass this inside the next response dot JSON. Now I will also make sure that I will wrap everything in a try catch block. So over here I will add try catch block with an exception E, and here we'll say return next response dot JSON E with an error E. Perfect. Here we'll say error. So that's how you need to set the post API call for your Google Place API. Now in order to generate the API key, simply you have to go to the Google Cloud Console. Inside the Google Cloud Console, here you have option to create an API key. But before that, make sure you will search on this Google Place API, right? So make sure you will enable this Places API new, and make sure to you might have an enable button. Make sure to click on enable. In my case, it's already enabled, so I don't need to do anything, right? Also, if it doesn't work, make sure you'll also enable this Place API, which is old one, but make sure to enable that too. Once you enable, you can create an API key, and once you created that API key, I will copy that API key. Then we'll go back to our .env file, just paste it here, and for the security purpose, I will just rename this to AI trip planner place API key. You can add a restrict to your website only. Okay, right now I will keep as it is, and then I will save this one. Once you save, you can ready to use this API key because that we already added. Now I will go to the hotel card item, okay, and instead of this placeholder, now we wanted to show, but we need to make a call to this particular place Google Place API endpoint. So to make a call, right, so here we'll say constant get Google Place detail, something like this, and inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash Google. I will get that API endpoint, which is Google Place detail, Google Place detail, and that's all we have. And inside this we'll say place name as hotel dot hotel name. You can even pass more attribute if you want to get an exact result. Make sure it's a async, and here I will just console the result. So we say result dot data. Now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load and when the hotel information is available. So here we have hotel, and then I will call if hotel is there, then get Google Place detail, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to the console. Here I will refresh the screen, and we are getting error because we need to make sure this component is on the client side, and refresh it. Now if I refresh the screen, then you will see we got the place information. Inside this we have three different info. So I will just extend this, and if you see, we happy homes Goa, happy home, there are a lot of different option came out, and for each of them you will see the photos, right? And here we have the and from this one we just need this name in order to pass to the Google photo URL with this information, right? But along with that one you will see more things over here, like Google Maps URI, their width, height, and all of this info. Now sometimes you might get three different results. See, inside this, in this case we got places with the array of 3. So in order to avoid that and to get only one place, you can pass the address as well, and which will limit and will get an exact result. So now let's go head back, and once we know that we are getting result over here, now we are going to update the things. So over here we'll get the place reference name, I will say, is equal to result dot data. From the result dot data we got the places, so we'll say places of 0. Then we have the photos, then we'll say photos dot, and then we just need our first element, and from there we'll get a name, so we'll say photos of 0 dot name. Okay, so like this we'll get the photo reference name. Now after that, once we get this one, I will go to the documentation and click on this place photo doc. Over here it will explain how to get the photo, okay, because this particular URL we need to render in order to display it. So basically we'll copy everything as it is. Okay, so this example will copy, we'll go back to our application. I will say constant photo reference URL is equal to, and then I will paste this URL. This particular key, nothing but the environment variable key. We'll say process dot environment dot, and we'll paste this key variable. Okay, then instead of this place name, now we'll add a place reference name, so we'll say place reference name. And then for media you can provide a maximum height and width, so we'll say max height pixel is equal to 1000, and max width pixel is equal to 1000, and then we have this key. Now this photo reference URL we need to write, okay, because we are doing everything on the server side, so you don't need to worry. And on the card item now we'll get only that particular result. Now if I head back, let's refresh the screen. Now we are expecting just a URL. Now if I open this URL, boom, it opened that place information. If I open this one, you'll get that place info. How cool. It means it's working perfectly fine. Now simply once we have that URL, we'll save in a state, so we'll say constant photo URL comma set photo URL is equal to use state, which is of type string, and then here we'll say set photo URL with the result of data, and then here we'll say if photo URL is there, then show photo URL, otherwise show placeholder. Okay, and also I'm going to write if result dot data dot e, if there is any error then return nothing, and then save it. So right now we have an error, so obviously this particular endpoint we need to set. So this particular host name we need to add to our next.config.js because we are trying to render from the third party URL. So simply go to the next.config.ts file. Inside this we'll say images, then we'll say domains, and then we'll whitelist this particular domain. Once you add this domain, make sure to refresh your application manually, it will not refresh automatically, and then here we go, and boom, if you see, now the actual image is now rendering perfect, right? Now same thing you have to implement. So I will copy everything as it is and I will implement for the place card item. Once you add, I need to make this as a client. Then make sure to import the use state and the use effect. Here we have this activity, right? So once we have this activity info, then only we'll make a call. Obviously make sure once we have the activity, we need to send a place name, and along with that one you can add the activity dot place address. Okay, so which is helpful to get an exact details. Now once you add, I will refresh the screen, and okay, so still I'm waiting for this one. Let me see what's the issue. So we'll go to the inspect panel. I don't know why it's not rendering, so we'll go to the console. I don't think so it's get call. Okay, so that's because we did not set the value. So over here we forgot to add a photo URL, then show photo URL, otherwise placeholder image, and boom, if you see all the images from the that particular tree. Sounds good, right? So that's how guys you need to add it. Let me know if you have any question, any doubt, because this is the easiest way that you will find on the internet that how to do it. Okay, and most important, the Google Place API is free. You might need to add a card credential sometime, depends on the country, but if you search on Google Place API pricing, so you will find, let me go to this pricing and billing section. Here you will get some free credits every time. Okay, so you don't need to worry about this. If you see, it's completely for $0. You don't need to pay any amount. Okay, and you can use for a small business, for your development purpose as well. Same thing, if I go to the places, you will see everything for the $0. Now it's time to render the actual result on the right hand side. Right now we are showing the dummy data, right, in order to make sure our UI is working perfectly fine. But whenever user generate the final response, we want to display on this particular component. Now there are a couple of ways that you can do it. You can pass your generated trip data from one component to other and so on. But the best approach we can do it that with the help of context, and we already use the context. So we'll create a new context called trip detail context.tsx. Whenever later on we want to fetch the user already created trip info, that time also trip detail context quite helpful. Over here we'll say export constant trip detail context is equal to create context, and make sure it's from the React. You can mention the type any, and here I will put it as a null and then save it. Now inside your provider, so we'll go to the provider.tsx. I will wrap this. So we'll say trip detail context dot provider. Here we need to pass a default value and make sure to wrap these children inside this provider. Now let's define the state. So here we'll say trip detail comma set trip detail, and then we'll pass this trip detail as a default state and then save it. Now you can also add the shortcut for this one. So we say use trip detail is equal to arrow function and simply return use context trip detail context. Now let's close everything and go to the chart box component. That's where we are generating the final trip. So first I will use that context. So we'll say trip detail comma set trip detail is equal to use trip detail, something like this, right? So already we are using this trip detail state over here. So what we can do, I will replace this to trip info instead of detail inside the context. So inside the provider, instead of trip detail info, I will say. And here while pass make sure you'll update this to trip detail info. So this need to be a trip detail info. Okay, and now I will say trip detail info and trip detail info. Perfect. And this need to be a set trip detail info. Now once you set this, whenever we get the detailed information about the trip, we'll set the trip detail info with the result dot data dot trip plan, as simple as that, and then save it. Right now I will go to the our itinerary component, and inside this itinerary we'll use this context again. So I will copy it from here, go to the itinerary, and here I will use that, something like this. Okay, make sure to import it, and I will just comment this over here. We have this trip data, you can replace this with the trip detail info if you want. But if you see, for the trip detail info, obviously at many places we have to provide a type, right? Because we are using a Typescript. So best way to do that, instead of providing type for each of them, you can add a type to your context itself. So if I go to the trip detail context, so inside this we'll provide a type for it. So we'll say constant, or we'll say type trip context type is equal to, and then we'll say trip info as trip info we already have, and then set trip detail info actually. So here we'll say trip detail info. Okay, then here we'll say react dot dispatch, and then react dot set state action with the trip info. And then here now you can provide a type as a trip detail context type, and it might be an undefined, so you can pass it as undefined. Here as well I will pass it as undefined by default. Okay, now let's save it. Let's go to provider, because that's where we also need to update. So inside the provider we have this trip detail info. Now I will replace this with the trip info, and we also have an error over here. I think we need to pass some dummy data. So over here I will also pass a null, because we can keep a null as well, right? And once you pass over here with the trip info, I will pass it as a null, and here as well we'll pass it as a null, and then save it. Now if you see, we don't have any error inside the context and the provider. Now inside the chart box we have to make sure that it will return these two value. So I will just update the provider as well, and here inside the trip detail context I will export it, so I can use this context type inside the provider when we return this. So over here we are returning, right? So we'll add this particular type, and undefined. So over here I don't know why we are getting this error. So right now I just ignoring this error, because it's saying that you're also trying to save it as a undefined, so just ignore that thing. And I think that's all we needed, and over here I'm setting this value. Now let's go to the itinerary, and over here let's add ts ignore, and here we have trip detail, and after adding this one I will say trip data comma set trip data is equal to use state is it and I will pass it as a null by default, but I will add a type trip info and null. Okay, now this trip data I'm going to pass everywhere, something like this. Now also along with this one we need to add one more condition to verify whether the trip data is actually there or not. So basically here we'll add a condition: if trip data is there, then it will render this trip data, otherwise it will pass an empty value. And now if you see, we don't have any more error, right? So make sure to follow the step-by-step guide. If you face any issue, you can always refer the source code anytime. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. Let's go back to our application, and as you are using the uh, hook, so I will make this component on the client side. So we still have error, so it's saying the trip data is not defined. Okay, that makes sense because inside the timeline we need to pass now this trip data. I think I forgot one more thing, that whenever we have the trip detail info context, then we need to update. So here we'll say trip detail info, and I will say trip detail info is there, then we have to set the trip data with trip detail info. Okay, that is very important. Right now if you see, we don't have anything, and that's why it's not showing any value. Whenever there is no trip data, okay, it doesn't make sense to show this timeline. Okay, now right now if you see, it's completely empty. Obviously we are going to replace this with a different value, but for now I hope you understand up to until this point. So here we'll say create trip from Charlotte to New York for 3 days. So I will pass this one. Now AI will generating it, so it will ask who is traveling. I will say couple, we'll say moderate, and then it start generating the trip for us, and boom, if you see, the trip is generated as soon as it's there. And wow, if you see all the details, the images also generated, and now all the images are directly from the Google Place API, and that's a 3 days itinerary, right? Every day you got all the details along with the hotel information, depends on your budget, and here you will see all the basic info that you selected previously. How easy it is. Now interesting part, if I click on this on a view map, it will navigate to the Google map, and if you see, it jump to that particular specific location where you can learn or access more details. Not only that, but in add-ons, if you want to add affiliate link to these hotels, you can add that too, which make you the real money. Along with that, your pricing and subscription model. Now whenever there is a blank space, we want to show some image over here, some travel image, right? So basically over here we already have this trip data, so I will add a question mark, and then if the trip data is not there, we'll add an image source. Over here I already have this travel.png file inside my public folder, so I'm going to use that local image. Alt tag I will say travel, width I will say 800, height to let's say 800, and then inside the class name we'll say width full, height to full, then object cover and rounded to 3xl. Okay, let's save it. If I refresh the screen, now you will see that particular image on the blank screen. Boom, see how cool. Also on the top of that I want to add a text, so I will wrap this in a div tag. Inside this we'll add an h2 tag. Here we'll say getting to know you to build perfect trip here, and then below that I'm going to add, or maybe we can add an arrow over here, left arrow or arrow left, I think. Perfect. Now this particular heading I want to keep on the top, so I will say absolute, we'll say bottom to 10. Let's save this one. Okay, so it's coming over here. I will just move this and I will put it on the top of this image, and I will say 40, not 40, let's say 20. I will say text 3xl, text color to white, I think that's much better, and then we'll say left to 20. Perfect. Okay, so it's just showing this direction that okay, you can start from here. Just last minute change that I want to make, inside the chart box. Okay, I'm just trying out that what if we wrap this particular UI inside the border. Okay, so over here we'll say border rounded to 2 XL, and we'll obviously give some padding to 5. I think this is much better. Or instead of border, you can add a background, let's say secondary. I think secondary is too dark, let's say gray 50. I think I will just add a border, that will be good, and with a shadow. Okay, perfect. And obviously on the right hand side we have this image. Now it's time to limit the free user to just create only one trip each day. As you know that we already integrated the Arcjet into our application. Now it's time to use that in a real time. So we'll head back to our application. Over here we already have the Arcjet API endpoint, and we also tested this GET request, which is the example that how it actually works. Now basically we need this particular line in order to verify whether the access is need to be denied or not, and depends on that one we are going to send a response. So basically let's copy this line, and this AJ I'm going to export it so that we can use it in any of the file. Now go to the AI model route.tsx. I will just collapse this prompt because we don't need it for now, and at the top we are going to check. So first I will add this line of code here. Make sure to import this AJ. Now instead of this user ID we are going to use a user email, the login user email, which you can get it on the server side using this await current user from the Clerk Next.js, and that's how easy it is with the Clerk. Once you have the user, you just need to pass user dot, so over here this need to be an user dot, so pass user ID as user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so you have to pass this field called user ID. Over here if it's empty, then obviously we have passed empty string and then requested to 5. So obviously every time the 5 token it will check whether the 5 token is remaining or not for that particular user. Then next thing we need to check if his access denied, so this line of code we're gonna use. After this one we need just console the decision to check all the fields that is available. So over here we'll say decision, save it, and we'll check this out. So I will refresh the screen. When you make any API call, it will return the decision for us. And if you see inside the decision, so let me go up here, we have the decision. Inside the result we have this information, right? Then we have the IP, then we have the conclusion, then we have the reason. Inside the reason we have the remaining field, and that's what we needed. So I will just say if decision dot remaining, or we can say decision dot reason first dot remaining, and then decision dot remaining, so it will give us a count. So if it's equal to 0, okay, means there is a no token left, then we are going to return next response dot json. Inside this we'll say response as your daily limit reach, or we say no free credit remaining, and the UI will be limit, as simple as that, and then save it. Okay, and also inside the decision we have to make sure whenever is final is true, then only will request 5, otherwise will only pass as a 0. Okay, and I think we don't need to do anything. Let's refresh this and let's test this out. So I said create new trip, so it's generating. That's weird. Okay, now if you see, it's saying no free credit remaining because we don't have any more credit. But if I increase this capacity to 10 for example, right, and let's try this out. Okay, so maybe I need to increase little more because I already use many times. and now if you see, it start working as expected. Now it only limit it, or it will only deduct whenever there is a final. When once you generate the final output, then only it limit that and deduct that particular amount. Okay, so that's how you can add the Arcjet rate limiting feature, so that your API is secure from free users. Now it's time to add a pricing table into our app. Obviously, if you see, this is how we want to add a pricing table. Integrating the payment gateway is a big headache, but it's no longer, because Clerk providing you the billing feature, and within just one line of code you can add this pricing table. How beautifully looking, right? And that's what we are going to integrate in this particular chapter. So simply go to the Clerk, and obviously you can go to the dashboard, on in which under the configuration you will find brand new option called billing. Click on the setting section, and here first thing you need to create a plan if you don't have any plan. Now I will say create plan, and under this plan section we don't want to show a free plan, so I will just hide this one. So you can open that and simply say public variable to false, and then save it. But we want to add some paid plan as well, so I will add a new plan over here and then give the plan name. So here we'll say monthly. Then you can set the base price how much you want, right? So I will say 9.99, and you can even give the annual discount. So let's say on annual discount the pricing will be just 7.99. And here you can add a feature, right? For example, unlimited trip planner. Then I will add this feature, and same way you can add a multiple feature by providing a name and the value. Once you add all the feature, simply save this one and then we'll go back. Currently we are under the development mode, right? So Clerk itself use a testing credential in order to test it, but once you move this to a production, make sure to connect your actual Stripe account, because Clerk use a Stripe payment gateway in order to receive payments. Now once you're done with these plans, just enable this billing, and then your billing is now enabled. Now simply with this particular component you can add your pricing table. You can read the billing guide in order to get more details. I will put the link in the description so you can go ahead and check this out. Now once we create the plan, here you will see how easily and we can show this. So I will copy this just pricing table component. We'll go back, or simply create a new route under the route app folder, and we can say a pricing. Inside this we'll create a page.tsx file, and then we'll add a default template saying pricing. Over here I will paste this. Make sure to import this pricing table and then save it. Now inside the header.tsx we already have this pricing at route attached. So we'll go back, I will refresh this screen, and then make sure to click this pricing, and boom, if you see we have this pricing table is showing on the screen. Currently we only add one plan, which is a monthly plan, but you can add number of plan. This totally depends on you. Next I will add some text over here. So for example, we'll say first I will give margin top to 20, and then we'll say S2. We'll just add some text over here. I will add a class name, font bold, text 3XL, and margin Y to 5. And if I go back to our app over here, boom, this is how it looks. Obviously we have to make this in the center of the screen, so we'll say text to be in the center. Okay, now we don't want to add a lot of plans over here, okay, but that's the reason we added only the one single plan. Now when you want to subscribe, you will find in app only you can able to go to the development mode. Here you can make a payment, and obviously you can test this out with this test card as well. Okay, and once you make the payment, you can manage this using a profile section. Currently we don't have profile section, so we can add it at the top. So basically inside your header.tsx I will wrap this in a div tag. Maybe outside of this one. And then we'll simply say user button. Now this user button component we are importing from the Clerk, right? And it automatically add all the UI, all the necessary UI for you. Here I will make flex gap of 5, item to be in the center. Now if I go back, you will see this profile icon. Just click on it and then you will see this beautiful drop down option where you will find an option called manage account. Click on this manage account and then here we have the new billing option. Click on it. Currently you are on the free plan, that's why it's saying 0, but under the statement you will see the statement, payment section, everything, but you have option to add a new plan as well. See how easy it is, right? So with the help of Clerk you can easily add all of these feature, guys. Now once you have the pricing model and all the details, right, now it's time to check the limit, because currently we set the limit, but we have to check if the user is paid. We don't need to add that limit feature. So in order to do that, simply from the documentation you will find how to do it. So we'll check whether the user has the premium access or not. So we'll copy this line of code, go to your AI model route. At the top I will simply paste this, make sure to import this has. Obviously in order to import it you need to write like this, has is equal to, and you have to import from the auth, actually await auth, and then we have a has. Now in the plan make sure to give the plan ID. Now in order to get this plan ID, simply go to your plan, in this case is a monthly, and if you check this key, that key you can pass. So I will just copy this key and I will pass it here. Okay, and now it will check if user has the premium access or not. Along with this, so this condition I will add. If premium access is not there, so I will say not there, then you can send this particular message. Okay, here I will just console this so that you can easily check this out. So I will go to the create new trip. Here I will say create new trip for me inside the console. If I go to our console, here we will say has premium access to false, right? Perfect. Now I will, in order to test this, right, I will just go to this Arcjet route, and instead of this 30 I will again make this 5, so that obviously I will get the message that no free credit remaining. But if I subscribe to our plan, then obviously that limit will go away. Now I will say subscribe, I will pay with the test card, and once I make a payment, you will see this particular pricing is activated now. If I go to this manage account under the billing, you will see the current pricing. Perfect. Now let's create a new trip. I will say create new trip, and now in this case it allow me to create it because I already subscribed to my plan. I hope you understand this particular scenario, right? That's how easy you can manage it. I hope you understand this pricing table. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can also reach out to me on my Discord channel. As you know that we already saving all the trip information for that particular user into our database. So if I go to the database, here you will see the trip detail, trip ID, user ID, and all the data. Now we need to create one button over here instead of this create new trip on this particular page, and we say my trip. On the click of that my trip, we are going to navigate to that new screen on which we are going to show the user generated trips. Okay, so first thing we have to check depends on the route. Inside the header we need to replace this particular button. So I will go to the header. Inside this header tab we'll get the current route, so we'll say constant params is equal to use, or this need to be a path name actually, so we have instead of param we'll say path. Okay, now this particular hook is very powerful. It will return us the current URL, and let me show you how. So if I save this one, refresh the screen, and if I go to the inspect panel, you will see the slash create new trip as a route is rendering or is displaying inside the console. Now here we'll create a new method, not method, but here we'll just use this path actually in order to change this create new trip. So over here we'll say if path is equal to slash create new trip, then we want to show a different button. Otherwise, so here we'll add a ternary operator, otherwise show create new button. So I will just copy the same and we'll paste it here, and here we'll say my trips, and also want to navigate to my trips and then save it. Now if you see, it's showing my trips, but if I go to the home screen, then it will show the create new trip. Okay, so that is very important to update this. Now on the click of my trip, obviously we should navigate to this my trip screen. Currently we don't have that particular route, that's why it's showing 404 error. So inside this app we'll create my trips folder. Over here we'll create a page.tsx file and simply add a default template saying my trips and then save it. So right now it's still executing, and if you see, now we have the my trips list. Over here we'll give class name padding x to 10, padding to 10, then we'll give on medium screen we'll give padding x to 24, and on large screen we'll give padding x to 48. Okay, so some distance. Then we want to add a text called my trips. For this one we'll add some styling, and if user don't have any trip, that condition also we need to handle. So I will create constant my trips comma set my trips is equal to use state, and over here we'll say if not my trip, so we'll say otherwise my trips dot length is equal to 0, then simply we want to add a div. Inside this div we'll say you don't have any trip plan created, and then below that we'll simply add a button create new trip. Obviously I will wrap this in a link tag with a h reference saying it will navigate to the create new trip screen. And I think that's all we needed. Then over here we'll say padding to 7, border and rounded to 2xl. As we are using a state, so we need to mark this component on the client side. Okay, so that's good, but over here I will make it flex column item to be in the center and justify content center, gap to 5, and then we'll also give margin top to 6, something like this, right? And on the click of new trip it's navigating. Perfect. Now we need to write a convex function in order to fetch that particular user information. So go to the convex folder, inside that we already have the trip detail. Now in this case we want to fetch it, right? So we'll write a query. So we'll say export constant get user trips, and here is equal to we'll say query, and obviously we need to pass an argument. In the argument you need to pass a user ID which is of type ID, and then you need to provide a table name which is user table. Then pass an handler. Inside the handler we'll say async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then you need to provide a table name. Here the table name is trip detail filter dot trip detail table, and inside the filter we need to add equal to. So here we'll say q dot equal, and then q dot fill. The fill name is user id matches with our arguments dot user id, and then select all that records. So that's the reason we have to say collect. Once you add this, we simply return the result. Okay, and then save it. As simple as that. Now once you have once this getting the user trip convex function is ready, let's head back to our page.tsx file, and inside this we'll write a constant get user trips, and here we need to define a convex first. So we'll initialize the convex is equal to use convex. Now we are using the convex because we need to execute the query. So we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, and inside that we need to pass a query. So will be it is inside the API dot trip detail dot get user trips, and then we need to pass an argument. So in this case the argument will be just a user ID. Now in order to get a user ID, you already know that we have this user detail context. From that you can get the user ID. So we'll say use context, or not use context, user detail context actually. Oh my bad, I will just undo everything. Here we just need to write user detail, because that's the context we have to use. Use detail, use user detail context, my bad. Okay, then from it you can get user detail dot underscore id. Okay, here I will make this as async. Then inside the console I will just write a result, and I will call this method inside the use effect whenever the user detail information is available. So here we say get user trip. Now once you save everything, head back to our application. I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and boom, if you see we got the 9 records. Okay, now obviously this record will be in ascending order. So here I will add one more condition dot collect dot, here we already have, I think we have order by order. Here we need to add descending. Here just need to provide whether it's a descending or ascending. So we'll say descending. Okay, so you don't need to provide any other things. And most important, we are getting the result. Now save this result in a state. So inside the page.tsx we already have this my trip section. We'll just set that. So set user detail with the result. Okay, you can define a type over here because we only have the trip id, trip detail, and uid. Now from it obviously we need to iterate the trip detail in order to display the each trip information. So over here I will add a div. Inside the div we'll say trip. Oh, so what is this? My trips, sorry. So we'll say my trips dot map. Here we'll say trip comma index and the arrow function. Then we'll add a div, and inside this div obviously we need to iterate this trip detail. So let's show the origin and destination. So over here we'll say h2 tag. Inside this we'll say trip dot, I think it's better we can provide a type for this one. So here we'll say type trip is equal to, and we mostly concerned with, let me trip id. So here we'll say trip id of type any. Then we have trip detail, so we'll say trip detail of type trip info, and underscore id if you want, so underscore id of type string. So these are the some parameter we are fetching. I will set this over here so that we can directly use it. So here we'll say trip dot trip detail dot origin, or we'll say destination first. Okay, here for the key we'll provide index. I will save this one. I just want to see whether it's working or not. Right now we got an error, so that's weird. Okay, there is a one small mistake. Instead of this setting the user, we have to set my trips. Okay, so make sure you'll set the correct one, and once you set my trips, if you see, we got the list of all the destination. So this is the destination. So here I will put a source as well. So we'll say trip dot trip detail dot destination, and over here we'll add arrow. So I want arrow on both the side. Okay, so something like this. Okay, and for this h2 tag we'll say class name flex gap to 2. I think that's much better. Also we'll make font semi media bold and text to Excel. Now just above this one we also want to show an image. So we'll say image tag with a source. Currently I will add a placeholder. So for a placeholder we'll say slash placeholder dot jpg, and for the alt tag we'll say trip dot trip id. I think that's all we needed. Make sure to provide a width and height. Then inside the class name I will make a rounded corner, so rounded to Excel. Then object cover. So we have an error, so we'll say what is the issue. Oh, we don't need to provide this dot, so that's the reason we have that error. And if you see, we have the placeholder for each of them. Perfect. Now instead of putting or writing the code over here, I will create a new component under this my trips, and under the components we'll create my trip card item.tsx file. Let's add a default templates, save this one. I will cut everything from here and I will paste it inside this my trip card item. Obviously here I will accept the trip as a data. Okay, and for the props I will say type props is equal to, here we will say trip, and then we want to export this type so we can use it. Perfect. And then we don't need to provide an index over here. Make sure to import the image and save it. Okay, I think we forgot this importing this icon. And now inside the page.tsx you need to add this my trip card item, and to this one you need to pass a trip. You can add a key as an index if you want, and then save it, and boom. Right now over here I will add a grid column 2 on the smaller screen. On medium screen or maybe on large screen we'll say grid column 3 gap to 5. Perfect. I will also give margin top to 6. And that's how it looks like. Now obviously we need to add a lot of other things. Here we can write a text something like h2. Here we'll say how many days of trips. So we'll say trip dot trip detail dot duration, and over here we'll say, let's save this and let's see what is the result. 3 days trip with, and then we need to write a budget. So we'll say trip dot trip detail dot budget. So 3-day trip with a moderate budget, something like this. See, okay, and I will add margin top to 2, text gray 500 and save it. Then you can add padding to 3, will add a shadow rounded to 2xl. Here we'll add more padding, okay, so user can able to see it. Now once you add all of this detail, you can also show that particular image, okay. So in order to show you the image, you can use the same logic which we use for other cards. Just the things, I'm gonna add margin top to 2 over here, so some space. Now I will go to the previous card, let's say place card item. I will copy everything as it is. We'll go to the card item and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this all the hook first. Now whenever the trip information is there, we want to execute this get Google place, import the Axios as well, and for the place name we'll say trip. So I will remove everything, dot trip detail dot you can add that information from the itinerary of 0 dot activities dot, okay, so from the activities I think we need to get first activity, and then here we'll say place name. Okay, so that's how I think we can get the place information of place name, so that you can replace with this particular placeholder with the image. And boom, if you see, we got the itinerary. How cool, right? So that's how guys you need to create this itinerary. Obviously that's not look good, so instead of this one you can just place a destination name. Okay, so what we can do, so we'll say trip detail dot destination, and if I refresh this, now we'll see the destination. I think that's much better now. Another important thing you need to do is to give the specific height and width. So here we'll say width to full, height to 200 pixel. Okay, so everything will be in one line. I think we can give 270. I think that's much better. See, and on the click of that itinerary, we want to navigate to the new screen where we can show or use existing timeline structure where we are showing the itinerary or trip details. Now once we have this my trip details information, right, and on the click of that we want to show all the details of that particular trips. Obviously we are going to reuse the component, but before that let's create a new route. So I will close all of this tab for now. Inside this app folder we'll create view trip. Inside this view trip we need to add a trip ID. That is very important in order to fetch or view the trip information dynamically. Okay, and inside here we'll create a page.tsx file. Now let's add a default templates. Here we say view trip and then save it. Now in order to get this trip ID, we'll say constant trip ID is equal to use params, and that's how you can get the trip information. Make sure this field name will match with this folder name which you gave. Okay, and whenever you want to make a dynamic route, you can start with the folder name with the square bracket. Now once you have the trip ID, obviously we need a convex function in order to fetch that particular trip information. So I will go to the trip detail inside the convex, and here we'll say export constant. Let's copy everything as it is actually. Only thing that we need to add, get, here we say view trip or get trip by ID, then along with the user ID we also want the trip id, so which is of type string, and here we are filtering out, right? Also we need to add one more condition, so we'll say q and, okay, and then the first condition which is equal to, and the second condition, so let me bring this down. Second condition will be q dot equal q dot fill matches with this trip id and our arguments dot trip id. If that matches, obviously we don't need order by over here, then we need to return only one record because it will only return the single record, and that's how you can get the trip by id. Now inside this, first we'll get the user detail comma set user detail is equal to use user detail context, and then we'll create a method to get the trip by get trip, we'll say just, and here we'll say constant, instead of before constant let's define a convex, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, pass the query, so api dot trip detail dot get trip by id, and then we'll say user id as user detail dot underscore id, and then the trip id nothing but the trip id which we already have. Here I will make as async, so if there is a no trip id we'll pass it as empty. Oh, here we have an error, so it's saying string is not assignable of type string. So over here we'll say toString, maybe that will help, or you can add it something like this. I don't know why it happens, but let's see. And then inside the console we can write the result. Okay, now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. So over here whenever the user detail is available, we're gonna call this method. Perfect, and save it. Now in order to test this, first we need to go to the trip, no, not trip detail, but we'll go to the my trip. Inside the card item, on the click we want to navigate, so I will just use a link tag. I will replace this div to link tag, and in the hrefs we'll navigate to slash view trip slash and then trip id, so we'll say trip dot trip id. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I click on this Mumbai to whatever, so if you see it's navigate to this view trip. I think we have incorrect name, so it need to be a view trips. I will rename this to view trip only, and if I refresh this, now we have the view trip. We got an error, that's because we need to make sure that particular component on the client side we use the hooks. So here I will make this as a client side, and if I refresh I will just make sure, and if you see we are on the view trip. The most important thing, if you see this route, right, because inside this URL only we are passing the trip id. Now inside the inspect panel, make sure you are getting the result, see, and we have this particular result. Cool, right? Now once we have this result, I will make sure to go back first, and then we'll define a state inside this inside this view trip. So over here we'll say constant trip data comma set trip data is equal to use state, and the type is trip, so make sure to import that, and over here we'll set the trip data with the result. Okay, now we already have the component called itinerary, right? So here we'll say itinerary, make sure to import, and then to this one, if I go to the itinerary, we need to just display that. Right now obviously it will not display anything except this empty value, right? But we need to set the trip information. So if I go to the itinerary component, you will get to know that we are using this use trip detail context, and that's where we are setting the trip. So I will go over here, make sure to import this use trip detail, and I will ignore this for now. And once we have this trip detail info, I will set this detail info with the result dot trip detail, and boom, if you see the result, how beautiful, right? And we don't need to do anything, everything is here. If I go back, come to this new one, let's say Charlotte to Boone, and boom, perfect, right? Now it's time to add a 3D map on our application. On this particular page, obviously we are giving one option to see the view trip details and other option to view the places directly on the map, which is a completely interactive 3D global map. That's what we are going to add with the help of Mapbox. Mapbox provides a best map, which is the best alternative for the Google Map as well, and Mapbox is free to use. You can start with the free trial, and if once you reach certain limit, you can buy with the extra credits. But for a development and for a small business, the Mapbox is free to use. Simply sign up to the Mapbox. Once you sign up, you need to create an API key. Sometimes it auto generate for you. So once the key is ready or token is ready, just copy that, go back to your application, and then inside your .env file, just add this. So we'll say Mapbox API key is equal to, and then paste this. Here I will add next public because we want to use on the client side. Then I will head back to this Mapbox documentation. Here it helps us how to install the SDK for the Mapbox. So I will put the link in the description, so you can also go ahead and check it out. So inside the Mapbox documentation, under the get started, here we need to select the modular bundle and then copy that, go back to your application, and inside the terminal, make sure to install this Mapbox. In meantime, we can go to the create new trip screen. Under the component, we'll create global map.tsx file, and then I'm going to add a default template and then save it. Now this global map we wanted to show on the screen. There are a couple of ways that you can show the map. Either you can add a tab, or you can add a floating button in order to switch between the trip and the map. So we are going to use a floating button. So basically, in order to add that button, we can first go to the page.tsx file. Under this we have the itinerary, right? So I will define one constant called, here we'll say active index comma set active index is equal to use state, and initially it will be 0. Now whenever the active index is 0, we need to show itinerary, otherwise we will show a global map. Okay, now here this is ternary operator, make sure, and once you save it, right now if you see it's showing the itinerary, but if I switch this to 1, then it will show the map, see the global map. Okay, obviously we will add a button later on, but for now I will keep this active index 1 so that we can test this global map and we can implement it. Now once the Mapbox is installed, you need to add this CSS file. So you can add simply inside the same component, and then you need to import this Mapbox GL as well. Okay, then this is the example where you can initialize the Mapbox. So I will add this initialization inside the use effect. So we'll define the use effect over here, we'll add this. Now obviously you need to refer this Mapbox token. So we'll say process dot environment and then this Mapbox environment key, something like this. Okay, then inside the container, obviously we need to define it. So I will define a reference called constant map container reference is equal to use reference, and by default I will provide it as a null. Then inside the HTML side, obviously we wanted to show it, so I will just add a reference to map container reference, so it will automatically render our map inside this particular div. Also don't forget to provide a style, that is very important. So here we'll provide a width, let's say 95%. Then the height, I will add 85 vertical height, and if you want you can add a border radius, let's say 20. Okay, now once you define this, inside this container you have to refer that container reference current, something like this. Okay, and if it's not there I will pass it as a empty. Now style, you can put this style URL, this is the current street v12 style, but you can create your own. And save this one, go back to your application. Right now if you see, the map is getting rendered. How cool, right? At least our map is rendered, but we want the map in some different way. We want to show a complete global, so here I will pass it as a projection, and here inside the projection you can add a text called globe. The zoom level, I will change this to let's say 1.7, save this one, and then you will see the magic. Make sure to refresh it, and boom, now we have this proper global where you can easily manage it, you can change this. Not only that, but you can easily zoom it as well with your keypad. Cool, right? So that's what we wanted to add. Within a few single line of code or few lines of code, obviously we added this Mapbox map, which completely 3D like structure. Okay, so I hope you understand this, how to do it. Obviously whenever the trip is generated, we want to show the markers as well. Now before moving to the next chapter, we want to add the floating button at the center. So I will go to this page.tsx file. Over here I will add a button. Inside this button, let me add as a globe. Global, okay, this one, maybe not this one, global to icon, this one. Okay, and obviously again I want to add a condition. If active index is equal to 0, then I want to show a plain, otherwise I will show the global. Okay, here this need to be a ternary operator. Save this one, and if you see, this button is at the bottom. Obviously we need to add a position as absolute, then we'll say bottom to let's say 20, then we want a left to let's say 25%. I don't know whether it will work or not, and I will make this as absolute, or not absolute, the relative. Okay, let's make this 50. I think this is much better. And instead of bottom 20, I will make 10. I will add a size large. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to switch this one. Okay, the itinerary to map, map to itinerary. So over here I will add on click method, and we'll set the map index or set active index. If it's 0, then we'll show 1, otherwise 0. So obviously this condition need to be, if active index is equal to 0, then we'll show 1, otherwise 0. Now if I click on this one, see, now if I check again, see. Okay, so that's how we are going to change it. We can change the color, let's say background black. I think this is much better. and on hover we can add background gray. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we need to add it. So I hope you understand this one. Okay, on hover you can add some kind of toggle tip. Okay, so if I go to the shared scene and go to the components, we have tip or toggle, I think tooltip we can say. So on hover, this is how the tooltip will look like. Obviously, in order to add it, first you need to install the npm package from the shared scene and then simply import the statements, and then you need to wrap your button inside this tooltip. And here we can add switch between map and trip. And obviously this class name maybe we need to now attach to this tooltip. Oh, my bad. This button need to be here inside the trigger, and for the content we'll add this text. See, and obviously I think that's all we needed. And also cut the class name to this button trigger and make sure to add a rounded to Excel, and if you hover on this one you will see the change. Perfect. For this button, where is this button? Yeah, over here I will add a class name background black. See, something like this. Obviously we'll change this hover effect as well. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we are going to add it. Now it's time to show the places on the map with the help of Mapbox marker. Marker is a concept where you can show the location with the help of latitude and the longitude, and then it will show that particular marker on the map. Now obviously you need to create a trip, and at the final stage we will get the data which we can show it. But in the testing, for the testing purpose, we are going to use my trip section. Inside the my trip I will go to this any of the trip. Okay, you can select any trip literally, and then once you select the trip we can show map on the right side. Okay, so let's go to the my trip first, and in that one I'm going to import this global map. So I will go to the view trip. Inside the view trip I will divide the screen. So we'll say grid column span 5. Out of this column, okay, so over here we'll say grid column span 5. Out of the 5 column I'm going to assign 3 column to this itinerary and 2 column for the map box. So here we'll say global map, and we'll say column span 3, and then save it. Once you save, if I go back to our app, let's refresh the screen, you will see on the left hand side we have this map, and on the right hand side we have the itinerary on the left, map on the right. Here make sure to provide a column span 2. I will just refresh the screen so it will display it on the screen. So it's coming down, that's where, oh, so this need to be column span 2. Perfect. Okay, so that's how a map is showing on the screen. Now go to the global map, and here we are going to use a trip detail context, right? So you already have the trip detail context, you can get it from this detail info. I will copy that and simply I'm gonna paste it here. This trip detail, from the trip detail info we can easily iterate those markers. Okay, now in order to add that, first we need to get all the places. Okay, so over here we'll say trip detail info dot so let's define the type for the activity and for the index as well. Now inside this you just need to add new mapbox gl dot marker, and by default I will provide a color as a red. Then we'll set the longitude and the longitude, so we'll say set longitude and latitude. So over here we'll say place, not place, activity. So just a second, over here we have this, I will say activity only in a small. So we'll say activity dot geo coordinates dot longitude, and then activity dot geo coordinate dot longitude, okay, sorry, latitude. Once you provide this one, we'll set the pop-up. So we'll set pop-up message. Inside this pop-up, what on the click of that particular marker, what you want to show, that things you can show it. So here we'll say mapbox gl dot pop-up, and then you can add the text, whichever text you want to show, or you can even add your own component. So for testing purpose I will just add the text. So here we'll say set text and then the activity dot place name, okay, as a simple text. Once we have that, everything is ready. Here we have to add it to, so we'll say add to and then map, and then save this one. Now we'll go back. Here we have an error, so the use trip detail is not defined, so make sure to import this use trip detail. And if I scroll down, I don't think so the location is rendering over here. See, actually we are not iterating the activity, but we are iterating the itinerary. So basically here we need to replace this with the itinerary, and then we need to iterate that one. So here we say itinerary dot map, and then inside this we need to add an activity comma index and the arrow function, and inside this now we'll add it. So this need to be an array. Okay, wait, so this is of type number, so here need to be an itinerary dot activities and then map. Okay, I think that is correct now. Now if I go refresh this screen, and boom, if you see, we have obviously we have a lot of options. Okay, but let me refresh it again. So it's not showing, it only showing this places but not the marker. And obviously here we forgot to push the marker. So once we define the marker, we have to push this marker. So make sure you define these markers, okay, and once you have that marker ready, you have to remove that later on. Okay, I think that's all we needed. Let's save this one, let's test this out. So if I refresh it, I think marker is showing on the screen, and if you see, we have this marker. Perfect. Now obviously you need to zoom it in order to see, because that is, everything is coming from the one location, right? So it's hard to see, but once you zoom, you can see each location, and on the click of this you can see the detail as well. Now to programmatically zoom when the marker is set, you can easily set that too. So if you scroll down little bit, after this pushing, you can set the map reference dot current dot fly to, and then you have to provide the center coordinates. Okay, then you have to provide a zoom level. So here we'll say, let's say 7, and then essential we can set it true. Now zoom level you can adjust, depends on how much zoom you want. Now for the coordinates, you can set the coordinates. So basically can get the coordinates is equal to activity dot geo coordinates dot longitude and then activity dot geo coordinates dot latitude, and then simply pass this coordinate over here. But don't forget to provide that this is a number, so here we'll say number as number comma number. Let's save, let's go back, refresh the screen, and then you will see the result. Boom. How cool, right? Obviously you can do more zoom, it's up to you how much zoom you want, and now if you see it's more zoom. Perfect. So that's how guys you need to add the Mapbox with all the features. Obviously if you want to learn more about the Mapbox, you want to add a more feature, you can put the comment in the comment section so that I can create a completely new project which is completely based on the map only. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share this project app with your friends and family. Obviously, in order to deploy it on the server, we are going to use Vercel. But along with that one, we are going to push all our code to the GitHub, and then we are going to connect GitHub to the Vercel. So next time, whenever you want to make some changes, you just need to push to the GitHub, and Vercel will automatically get triggered whenever the new changes are updated. So first thing first, we'll go to the GitHub. If you don't have account, make sure to create a new account. Then I will create a new repo. Give the repo name. So here we'll say AI trip planner app, and then you can select the visibility and simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, over here you will find some command. Right now, first thing you need to set this origin. So I will copy this. Then inside the new terminal, I will initialize the Git first. Then we'll set the remote origin. Now it is very important to build your application locally. So just type a command npm run build. So it will build your application locally, and if there is any error, any issue, make sure to fix that before deploying this application. So if you see right now we don't have any error, but many times your application runs smoothly, but in the deployment it fails. So that you can fix it while running this npm run build command before deploying it on the cloud. Now once it is ready, you have option to add this all the changes. So just we'll say git add space dot. Okay, it means all the file are now in stage mode. Here if you see it's changed to stage. Now you have option to write a commit message over here and then simply say commit. So we can say something like initial commit and then simply say commit. So obviously here I think in my case it's not configured, so I will just commit it from here. And then once it commit, you need to push your changes. If you are pushing this first time to this repo, you have to push with this command. Okay, and later on you can just type command git push while pushing the changes. Now right now is getting pushed. Once it pushed, we'll go back to our application, refresh this repo, and boom, you will see just now we push these changes, right? Now the next step is go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account, create a new account with the Vercel, add a new project, and then here you need to connect with your GitHub repo. Okay, once you connected, you will see your project name at the top, right? Make sure to click import, then project name will appear over here. Everything will be as it is. Now you don't need to make any changes right now, okay? But as we are using a Convex need a little bit configuration. So I will go to the Convex, and here we'll say Convex Vercel deployment, and I will go to this deployment section. Once you are on this documentation, you will find this build command that you need to override. Okay, and then you need to provide this deployment key as well. So quite straightforward. So I will copy this key. Then we'll go back to this Vercel, and here we'll say build and output setting. Just need to override this build command, and then we'll paste this build command. Okay. Then inside the environment variable, if you follow this Convex, I will go to this Convex dashboard first, and from the Convex dashboard you need to get this production deployment key. So I will go to this production, make sure to select, you can even select from here. Okay. Then go to the setting, and here we have the production key which we need to generate. So we'll say generate production key, we'll say prod, save this one, and then we got this key. Just copy this key and you need to paste it here. Make sure the environment variable name should match with this one. Okay. So, and obviously you need to deploy it, but before that make sure from the environment file and from .environment.local file we will copy all the environment keys and then you will paste it here. Okay. So just copy everything, automatically it will assign all this value. Same thing you need to do with this local file. We'll copy it and then we'll paste it here. Once you add all the keys and updated this build command, just click deploy, and within a few seconds it will start deployment. So this variable is duplicate one, as this is a dev, so I will remove this key because we already entered, right, and the empty one as well, and then I will deploy these changes. Oh, so I think we have a duplicate one, so I will just remove the duplicate, and after removing this duplicate key because I pasted double time, so that's the reason. And now if you see, the deployment is about to start, and here we go. Right now it's building the log, installing all the dependencies. You can obviously check the logs, then it will start deployment and will assign the domain for you. If there is any error, any issue, you can just check this out inside the deployment logs, fix that one, push your changes, and it automatically trigger the Vercel deployment for you. So we'll wait to finish these changes and finish this deployment, and boom, if you see, our application is now deployed without any issue. Now simply go to or continue to the dashboard, and here we have the URL. I will put the URL of this application demo so that you can test this out. Over here we have all the things inside the pricing. Obviously you need to log in first. On get started it will ask to log in, and then everything will work properly, right? And most important, this is completely responsive application. So depends on the screen size, it automatically takes the screen size resolution, and then design will automatically get updated. So guys, that's all for this particular project video. Also, quick thing before moving to the next video, here I just move this Arcjet export inside the utils files and OpenAI inside the export. So while building it suggested me to keep it in different files, right? It will not allow sometimes to export directly from the router AI. So that's the reason I kept inside this utils files. So make sure to update that too. So guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you enjoyed this project. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. You can also ask any question on Discord channel with a great developers community there. And if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any updates, and press like button, share this video with your friends and family. So guys, we'll see you in the next video. Until then, happy coding.